Civil Servant Career Development Plan from Australia, Japan, and the Republic of Korea. Today, we virtually gathered for the seminar on Civil Servant Career Development Plan. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Eka Situmorang, and I am delightful to welcome you on Seminar on Civil Servant Career Development Plan, organized by NCSA Indonesia. This seminar is also broadcasted live through NCSA's YouTube channel for wider perception. We shall take this session to develop an ideal concept model of civil servant career plan by learning best practices from Australia, Japan, and the Republic of Korea, as well as to overcome challenges in implementing the idea. This seminar will be held for 5 hours from 8 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. Jakarta time, with a discussion and question and answer session as well. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start, I would like to greet our participants who have joined the Zoom. Anyway, here in Indonesia, they have a word, a great way to start each day. When you want to say good morning, you say it with a smile and you say, "Semangat pagi." I would like to ask all the participants who are in the venue to reply me, "Semangat pagi."
Semangat pagi.
Semangat pagi.
Semangat pagi.
Selamat pagi.
And I would like to address our fellow ACCSM members. First of all, I would like to address our fellow from Cambodia. Chomrap sore. I hope I pronounced that right.
Good morning from Cambodia.
Sok sabai.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Further on, I would like to greet our fellow from Brunei Darussalam. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Saya share sedikit pantun ya. Pergi ke Brunei naik unta. Tak lupa tengok di raja. Berbudi bahasa amalan kita. Selamat bergabung Bapak Ibu dari Brunei semua.
Selamat bergabung.
And further on, I would like to address negara serumpun, Malaysia.
Good morning, selamat pagi dari Malaysia.
Selamat pagi, Pak Cik dari Malaysia. Again, I would like also to say sedikit pantun. Boleh lo dibalas sedikit? Pusing-pusing ke Tanah Melaka, tak lupa bawa sarung. Selamat pagi, tuan-puan semua. Selamat bergabung. And also allow me to take this opportunity to congratulate you on your new Prime Minister, Bapak Anwar Ibrahim. Okay, and moving on, I would like to greet our fellow ACCSM members from Philippines.
Good morning from the Philippines. Good morning.
Morning. Mabuhay.
Mabuhay, Philippines.
Mabuhay. Good morning.
Thank you. And I would like to address our fellow friends from Myanmar. Minggalabar, Myanmar.
Minglava.
Good morning. Minglava.
Nikaula.
Malaysia.
Thank you. And I would like also to address from Singapore. Singapore, how are you, Singapore?
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Yes. How are you?
Very well. Hope you're doing fine as well.
Thank you. Okay, we are doing very good. And I would like also to address our fellow friends from Thailand. Sawadika.
สวัสดีครับ
Good morning, everyone.
Kapunka. And I would like also to address the host from Indonesia. I would like to greet central and local institution from all over Indonesia. Maybe the committee can help me to unmute them. Semangat pagi Bapak Ibu pemerintah pusat dan daerah di seluruh Indonesia. Mana suaranya Bapak Ibu?
Selamat pagi.
Morning.
Pagi. Good morning.
Selamat pagi.
Last but not least, I would like to greet ASEAN Secretariat. Selamat pagi Bapak Ibu dari ASEAN Secretariat.
Hi, good morning. This is Felicia from the ASEAN Secretariat. I would like to thank Indonesia for hosting this wonderful event. We look forward to the discussion today. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are still at a wait for the rest of ASEAN member states to join us. In the meantime, enjoy the video we have prepared for you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to seminar on Civil Servant Career Development Plan. It is a great honor to be welcoming and having the presence of ASEAN member states and plus 3 countries this morning. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Eka Situmorang and I will be your host for today's seminar. And now we shall start the program with the playing of Indonesian National Anthem, Indonesia Raya, followed by ASEAN Anthem. Bapak Ibu yang berada di aula, dengan hormat kami undang untuk berdiri, sementara bagi Bapak Ibu yang mengikuti via Zoom agar dapat menyesuaikan diri. Bapak Ibu yang berada di aula, kami persilakan duduk kembali. Moving on to next, our agenda is prayer recitation. I would like to invite Mr. Syahrir to recite the prayer.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Before starting this program, I cordially would like to invite you to bow your head for a moment and pray to God Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. May He always bless us and our program could be precious to all of us. I will lead this prayer based on the teaching of Islam. And for those who are not Muslims, you are pleased to pray according to each of your beliefs. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Hamdan syakirin, hamdan na'imin, hamdan yu'afi ni'mahu wa yukafi mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi lil jalali wajhikal karim wa azimi sultanik. Oh Allah, in this beautiful place, we gather here to bring about a seminar on Civil Servant Career Development Plan. Make this seminar a functional science assembly as a medium for sharing valuable ideas, knowledge, and experiences. May the meeting we organize today benefit our lives, broaden our understanding, shine our thoughts, and lead us to be successful, productive persons, which will boost our nation dignity. Oh Allah, guide and bless our hearts and our minds with the light of your guidance. Impart your supreme wisdom upon our activities. Help us to speak our minds clearly. Allow us to listen to each other, respect, and love each other, so that we are included to the blessed persons. Oh Allah, protect us from unintended temptation. Show us the right path, and give us knowledge and strength to perform good things equally. Show us and make clear the wrong things, and provide us with knowledge and power to avoid them. Oh Allah, you are the one who can fulfill our dua. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wassalamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our first agenda is the committee's report. I take the privilege to invite Mrs. Sri Gantini, the Director on the Civil Service Career of NCSA, to deliver the report. Mrs. Sri, the screen is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, distinguished senior official of the National Civil Service Agency, speaker from Australia Public Service Commission, National Personnel Authority, Japan, and Ministry of Personnel Management, Republic of Korea, ACCSM delegates, ASEAN Secretariat, participants from NCSA, ministries, agencies, and government institutions in Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to welcome you to seminar on Civil Service Career Development Plan today. The seminar is hosted by ACCSM Indonesia under the ACCSM Work Plan 2021 to 2025. The ASEAN Cooperation on Civil Service Matter, or ACCSM, was established to strengthen the collaboration among civil member states, or AMS. The member states believe that civil service cooperation is a key to narrowing the development gap among ASEAN member states and contributing significantly to fostering establishment of the ASEAN community. Since its establishment, ACCSM has continued to be a platform for forging closer ties and enabling collaboration and exchanging information, innovation, and best practices in civil service management and development. This seminar is the first Indonesia activities in this year under ACCSM Work Plan 2021 to 2025. I feel very exciting today to be here as organizing committee of the seminar and let you all know this year is Indonesian chairmanship on ASEAN 2023. Allow me let you know that a theme of the 2023 Indonesia's chairmanship is ASEAN Matter, epicentrum of growth. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia is currently in process of building a system that can facilitate the implementation of the preparation of government agency civil servant career development plans. This approach is to carry out one of the implementation of civil servant career development plan. The same challenges may also faced by the member countries. We are honored to have three prominent speakers, Mr. David Hall, Acting Director of Talent Management from APSC Australia, Ms. Maida Satoko, Director of the International Affairs Division, NPA Japan, and Mr. Ko Jong Ki, Deputy Director at the Openness and Exchanging Division, MPM Korea. According to our views, civil servant system implemented by the three countries has several aspects in common with ASEAN member states. For example, types of position, recruitment system, implementation of rotation and promotion, as well as competency development system. The presentation will be led by Mr. Satya Pratama, Bureau Chief for Public Affairs, Legal and Cooperation of NCSA. I do expect we all may learn insightful experiences from the speakers related to civil servant career development plan. Ladies and gentlemen, we are delighted to have 45 delegates from ACCSM, Brunei Darussalam, Cambodia, Laos PDR, Malaysia, Myanmar, Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, Vietnam. We also delegates from ASEAN Secretariat. There are 625 representatives for several ministries and institutions in Indonesia. We also have participants from central offices, regional offices, and technical unit of NCSA. In total, almost 1,000 participants have been registered. We now have to be confirmed participants on the screen and 70 on site at the NCSA central office. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I also like to inform you that today's seminar on civil servant career development plans aims to 1. Become best practices and share experiences for career development plans among the ASEAN member states. 2. Get a better understanding of various ASEAN practices and of the career development plan. And 3. Learn from various countries how to start with a concept of the career development plan and overcome challenges in implementing the idea. In general, the implementation of career management by government agencies aims to provide clarity and certainty for civil servants' careers. It also improves the competence of performance of civil servants in encouraging the professional development of civil servants. Furthermore, the seminar would provide more references to review a national level civil servant career development plan system. I sincerely believe that we can still work together, conduct productive discussion, and share lots of knowledge, experiences, and best practices during the seminar. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, last but not least, please allow me to express my gratitude to the NCSA Senior Official Resource Person, Organizing Committee, and all parties who have supported the conduct of this event. I hope the implementation of this seminar can run smoothly. Furthermore, we kindly ask the Prime Secretary of NCSA, Mrs. Hajah Imas Sukmaria, to convey welcoming remarks and officially open the seminar on Civil Servant Career Development Plan. On behalf of the committee, we apologize should there any inconvenience occur during the event. Thank you. ASEAN Matter, Epicentrum of Growth. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Madam. Moving on to our next agenda. Now I have the honor to kindly invite Mrs. Imas Sukmaria, the Prime Secretary of NCSA, to deliver the opening remarks. The mic is yours, Madam.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, distinguished senior official of the National Civil Service Agency, speakers from APSC, NPA, and MPM, ACCSM delegates, ASEAN Secretariat delegates, participants from NCSA, ministries, agencies, and local governments in Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure and honor to welcome you all to the seminar on Civil Servant Career Development Plan. First of all, let me take this moment to thank our speakers, Mr. David Hall from the Australian Public Service Commission, APSC, Ms. Maeda Satoko from the National Personnel Authority, NPA Japan, and Mr. Ko Jong-ki from the Ministry of Personnel Management, Republic of Korea. I believe their presentation would give insight into civil server career development plan in our countries. I also extend my deep appreciation to steering and organizing committee for all dedication to managing this seminar very well. This seminar is the first program from ACCSM Indonesia in Indonesia's chairmanship of ASEAN 2023. It is also our first program on Brunei Darussalam, ACCSM chairmanship. Ladies and gentlemen, a civil server career in a journey or cycle from the first appointment as a civil servant until retirement. Every civil servant hopes that before retiring, they can have their expected position in their organization. This individual expectation need to be supported by a comprehensive civil servant career management system, starting for determining career development plans to monitoring and evaluating the implementation of civil servant career development. In Indonesia context, civil servant career development has been regulated in the Government of Indonesia Regulation Number 11, 2017, Junto, the Government of Indonesia Regulation Number 11, 2020, about civil service management. The regulation states that career and competency development, transfer, promotion as civil servants career management that must be applying the principle of a merit system based on qualification, competence, performance, as well as agency needs. All government organizations should carry out study on challenges in developing civil servant career in order to get the right strategy to solve the existing problems. To reform Indonesia's bureaucracy, the government has done organizational downsizing by creating a lean organization to decrease levels of management. This might impact changes in individual career development plans that civil servants have planned. Thus, as remedy to this problem, the government organization in Indonesia need to work on designing the career development of the affected civil servant through position arrangement. This approach is conducted by adjusting their individual career development plans and agency needs. Therefore, the implementation of civil servant career development continues to run well in line with the system that has been built. To plan civil servant career development, government agencies are encouraged to optimize the implementation of civil servant career management so that goals of organization could be achieved, namely providing career clarity and certainty to civil servants, balancing between civil servant career development and agency needs, improving competency and performance, and promoting civil servant professionalism. Ladies and gentlemen, career development, competency development, career path transfer, and promotion are interrelated according to Indonesia's civil servant career management policy. Thus, to develop a civil servant career development plan, government agencies must first prepare an agency's career pattern that will be used as a career path. This career path is a trajectory of position that can be passed by civil servants, both at an equivalent or higher level of position. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, today's seminar is the implementation of our great collaboration to sit together to develop our human resources. It aims to be the forum for sharing experiences and best practice in civil servant career development plan. We hope the seminar could help us promoting awareness to improve our existing civil servant career development plan system in our countries. Let's learn from each other in this seminar, especially from our friends from Australia, Japan, and the Republic of Korea. I hope that result of this seminar could contribute a significant reference for government agencies of ASEAN in building an ideal civil servant career development plan system. Building the system is one of our efforts to implement effective, efficient, and accountable career management. Thus, it could cut the red tape bureaucracy to reduce manual work and ensure the civil servant plan process is manageable. I hope that we are committed to improving and integrating technology in human resource planning. Ladies and gentlemen, I do hope that we all could improve our current civil servant career development plan model by using digital technology and collaboration with other countries. I also hope that the effort to improve the human resource in Indonesia and all countries in this seminar can significantly impact the quality of the existing civil servant career development plan system. Last but not least, thank you for all speakers, delegates, and participants of the seminar for your time, ideas, comments, and contribution in this seminar. In this regard, by saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I am honored to declare that the seminar on civil servants career development plan is officially open. May Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, God Almighty, always provide guidance, strength, and ease for all of us to deal with complexity and uncertainty in our daily life. Thus, we could increase our work productivity and professionalism to contribute best to our agencies, nation, and people. Thank you very much for your attention and attendance. ASEAN Matters Epicentrum of Growth. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. We have heard the opening remarks. Thank you very much, Mrs. Imas. Upcoming agenda for our seminar today is a brief glance at Civil Servant Career Development Plan in Indonesia. I respectfully invite Mr. Haryomo Dwi Putranto, Deputy Chairman on Civil Service Management Development, to deliver the message. The mic is yours, sir.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning in the second week of February 2023. Distinguished senior officials of the National Civil Service Agency, speakers from Australian Public Service Commission, Ministry of Personnel Management Republic of Korea, and National Personality Authority Japan, ACCSM delegates, ASEAN Secretariat, participants from NCSA, Ministry, Agency, and local governments in Indonesia, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, please allow me to introduce myself. I am Haryomo Dwi Putranto, Deputy Chairman for Civil Service Management Development, Indonesia National Civil Service Agency. It is a pleasure and honor for me to share a glance at the Civil Servant Career Development Plan in Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, there are several regulations underpinning Civil Career Development Plan in Indonesia. First, Indonesian Law Number 5 of 2014 concerning the state civil service apparatus. And the second, regulation is Government of Indonesia Regulation Number 11 of 2017, Junta Government of Indonesia Regulation Number 17 of 2020 concerning civil servant management. And lastly, National Civil Service Agency Regulation Number 28 of 2020 concerning the Civil Servant Career Development Plan. This regulation stipulated that the Civil Servant Career Development Plan is a management process that describes the movement of position toward the improvement and progress of respective civil servants throughout their service in government agencies represented in the civil service career pattern. In Indonesia, career development is one of the civil servant career management aspect. It is carried out through career development planning, which should be based on an organization's civil servant career pattern. These patterns are: first, horizontal career pattern, refer to one position switching into another qualifying position. Within one specific group, there are three kinds of group. The first, administrative; second, professional, known as a functional position in Indonesia; and the last, and senior executive services. And then number two, in comparison, the vertical pattern is the movement of one class to another higher placement in the same group through job promotion. And the last, diagonal, is a movement from one place to another higher position among those three groups through job promotion. Ladies and gentlemen, as you see on the screen, it is a scheme of civil career development plan mechanism in Indonesia. Government agency must carry out several steps to construct a civil career development plan. First, the preparatory state. This consists of employee profile, job analysis, workload analysis, competency maps, job evaluation, and job competency standard. Furthermore, the second phase, namely the implementation state. Government agency need to determine the name of civil servant plan, placement, career development pattern, horizontal, vertical, or diagonal, appointment times, and procedure and filling position. After preparing a career development plan, the NCSA chairman verify and validate the prerequisite document. And the next, the senior administration in each ministry or agency determine their agency development plan in the third stage. Once each of them submit its organization career development plan to NCSA, and then this document will be included in ASEAN, State Civil Operator Information System, which is managed by NCSA, to be further determined nationally by the Minister of Administrative and Bureaucratic Reform. After that, the NCSA chairman publishes a national career development plan, which includes vacant position and position that will be vacant. In the final state, the practice government agency should have an annual monitoring and evaluation program to ensure the filling and placement of civil servant. Ladies and gentlemen, nevertheless, there are some challenges to existing circumstances in Indonesia. First, until now, not all government agencies have competency map in accordance with the managerial, social, cultural, and technical competency dimension. And then there is limited data and information given by government agency that can be used to prepare civil servant career development plans. Ladies and gentlemen, with the condition of career development plan in Indonesia that I have explained before, we hope that in this valuable seminar, we will get an overview of the method and implementation of career development plan for civil servant from Australia, Japan, and Republic of Korea. We expected that we could have the following. The first, availability of a reliable digital system for national career development plan. Then, our government agencies can properly develop agency career development plan. And the last, we hope that free from political interference or political interest in arrangement for civil servant for available position. Thank you very much for your kind attention and have a fruitful seminar. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. We have followed a glance of what Civil Servant Career Development Plan in Indonesia is. I sincerely hope it can give you a better perspective of what Indonesia is trying to develop now. Before we continue our session, I would like to greet our ACCSM members who have just joined us. I would like to greet from Lao PDR, or maybe our Vietnamese friend. We are still await for you to join us. Thank you so much. And right now, I take the privilege to play a video as your visual at Civil Servant Career Development Plan in Indonesia. Enjoy, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, apa kabar? Today we would like you to learn a bit about our arrangement of Civil Servant Career Development Plan in Indonesia. First of all, what is arrangement of a Civil Servant Career Development Plan in Indonesia context? The arrangement of a Civil Servant Career Development Plan is the management process that describes the movement of positions towards the improvement and progress of civil servants throughout their services in government agencies represented in the Civil Servants Career Patterns. The arrangement of a Civil Servant Career Development Plan comprises at least 10 elements of a career pattern. 1. Job type, job value, job classification, and job profile. 2. Competency standard of state civil affairs. 3. Competency development and career management. 4. Employee profile. 5. Years of service. 6. Job class. 7. Job experience. 8. Organizational profile and structure. 9. Job map. 10. Performance appraisal and discipline management. Now, we are going to explain about the career path. 1. Horizontal. Horizontal career patterns refers to one position switching into another equivalent position within one specific group through transfer. There are three kinds of groups: administrative, professional, and senior executive services. 2. Vertical. In comparison, the vertical pattern is the movement of one job class into another higher placement in the same group through job promotion. 3. Diagonal. Diagonal as the last pattern is a movement from one place to another higher position among those three groups. However, before we proceed with implementing a career development plan, we should consider some prerequisites. Age, level of education, educational qualifications, integrity and morality, job experience and job period in a certain position, performance assessment, standard values of a position competency, job class, years of service, appropriate job class and level of position. Implementation of the arrangement of a Civil Servant Career Development Plan. 1. Developing employee profile. 2. Grouping types or classifications or job families. 3. Arranging career development plans. 4. Developing competency alignment. So, what are the procedures and mechanisms for filling a vacant positions? aligning the competency needs of the vacant position by looking at the results of employee current competencies appraisal. Competencies alignment taking into account the timing of career development implementation. Alignment to meet the competency positions to be occupied. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's all from us. Thank you for watching. Terima kasih, sampai jumpa.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to memorize this seminar by taking pictures. I invite the delegates from Indonesia to come forward to the stage. While for the online participants, I invite you to turn on the camera for the photo taking and kindly hold the happy face for a few moments as our committee will take a screen cap of you. I will lead the photo sessions both in the venue and also for the online participant. Kami undang dengan hormat seluruh JPT untuk dapat berfoto bersama. Say money, say cheese. Money lebih enak sih Bu daripada cheese. Gaya bebas. We are still taking photo pictures in the venue, and for all of you in the online Zoom, we are also taking a screen cap of you. Thank you so much, Bapak Ibu, dipersilakan untuk kembali ke tempat. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are now reaching the main session, sharing expertise and discussion. Today we are very lucky. Here joining us are the experts from Australia, Japan, and Korea. The first one is Mr. David Hall from Australian Public Service Commission. The second one is Ms. Maeda Satako from National Personnel Authority or NPA Japan. The third one is Mr. Ko Jong-ki from Ministry of Personnel Management, the Republic of Korea. They will share their expertise in public service and career development plan. This session will be held by Mr. Satya Pratama. He is the Bureau Chief for Public Affairs, Legal and Cooperation of NCSA. Ladies and gentlemen, besides we have amazing speakers, and we also have a great moderator. So allow me to introduce him by reading his curriculum vitae. He is currently the Bureau Chief for Public Affairs, Legal and Cooperation. Formerly, he was Deputy Director for Maritime Security Policy Monitoring and Evaluation, as he previously was Deputy Director for International Cooperation. And this one is my favorite. We have a hero. He also was a former captain in Indonesia Coast Guard. Currently, Mr. Satya is focusing himself on civil service, government affairs, and maritime security, as well as serving as the chief of ACCSM Indonesia focal point. So, ladies and gentlemen, please prepare yourself for the discussion and feel free to ask or explore the topic. Mr. Satya, the mic and the screen are yours.
Well, thank you very much, Mrs. Eva Sitomorang. That was too kind. And please note it, ladies and gentlemen, that her comments are not sponsored and not ordered. And any of the detail you can see on my LinkedIn. So yeah. Well, good morning.
Good morning.
Okay. Good morning. In the interest of David is already online on screen. Okay. In the interest of time, I would like to invite Mr. David Hall to present. There will be like a short presentation of his curriculum vitae. So I will not be reading his. Can it be shown on the screen? David is the acting director for talent management from the Australian Public Service Commission, APSC. As you can see on screen, we have a very distinguished first speakers. Okay, without further ado, Pak David, the screen is yours. Oh, by the way, you have 30 minutes of presentation time, followed by Q&A.
Please help.
Pak David, I think you are muted.
That's a good place to start, is I unmute myself on my device. Can you all hear me now?
Yeah, hear you, loud and clear.
Apologies about that. I was in the middle of saying good morning to distinguished guests, fellow panelists, and to you all. It's really great to join you this morning, and thanks to the organising committee for the invitation to the session this morning. So I really know that many of our civil services across the region, we're facing very similar people issues, impact of technology, managing the increase of data, and really how do we attract, retain and develop good people post the pandemic. So really looking forward to learning from each other over the course of the session, and I really hope that the learnings will be valuable to you all. So as you can see on the screen there, the focus of my presentation this morning is on the Australian Public Service's approach to talent and career development for the most senior staff. So I'll share some of the context about the Australian Public Service approach, and then the what, the why, and the how of how we do this, and along with some of the lessons that we've learned along the way that I hope will be useful to you all. So if I can just ask for us to move to the first slide of that presentation there. Thank you very much. And you can see on screen there, so I'll start with a little bit of the context about the Australian Public Service and how we do career development more generally, before I narrow in on the senior leaders cohort. So you can see there on the left-hand side, the Australian Public Service, an apolitical public service that supports the government of the day. There are 159,000 public servants across 16 departments of state. And you can see on the slide on the right-hand side there that we're quite distributed around Australia. Only 40% of public servants are like me in the capital, Canberra. So the majority of public servants working outside of the capital. We have multiple levels of government in Australia. So we have a national government where I work and where the Australian Public Service Commission is located, as well as state governments. So for the Australian Public Service, we're responsible for advising on issues such as taxation and the economy, national defence, foreign affairs, immigration, and also some of the large social safety net programs, unemployment benefits, pensions, the universal healthcare scheme, and our disability insurance scheme as well. So other issues like schools, hospitals, and police are largely managed by the state governments. So what that really means for the Australian Public Service workforce is that largely we're made up of what I would call knowledge workers. So those who think for a living, and really in the Australian public service, we're competing in the labour market for talent with the big law firms, with the big four consultancies, the big accountancy firms, universities, banks, those sort of organisations for talent. So that's who we're competing with, and I got to say, at the moment, it's a pretty hot labour market, and competition is quite fierce. So if we move forward to the next slide, that talks a little bit through how career development works in the Australian public service. So you can see there on the left-hand side that the legislative basis for the Australian Public Services approach is outlined in the Public Service Act of 1999 that governs how the public service is set up. So the employment principles, section 10A, really outline that the APS is a career-based public service where the usual basis for engagement is as an ongoing or a permanent employee. And similar to our colleagues in Indonesia, recruitment decisions, so promotions or engagements into the public service, are based on merit, and they're free from discrimination, patronage, and favouritism. So that's the broad legislative framework that sits around the outside for all public service employees. And I should say on the right-hand side there that individual departments within that framework are separate employers. So each agency will have an agreement with its staff that will outline things like wages and conditions, and a little bit to how they encourage performance and develop their employees as well. So within that broad framework, there are some differences within agencies. The Public Service Commissioner, who's my boss, has a coordinating role at the centre to set policy and to encourage continuous improvement across the system and share good practice of what's happening. He works very closely with the Secretary's Board, so the heads of the 16 departments of state around policy updates, and I suppose continuing to improve the way in which we manage our workforce. So if we move to the next slide, I mentioned earlier that the core of our approach is that merit principle that you can see there on screen, and I'll let you read that one. It's a bit of an overview of what merit means in the public service. Really, for us, that means that everyone in the Australian community has a chance to apply for a vacancy, and an assessment is then made using a competitive selection process about the relative suitability of the different candidates to perform a particular job. So that's really at the core of every particular role that comes up where there's a possibility of promotion. Everyone in Australia has to be given the chance to apply, and then you have to make a comparison of the different candidates for different jobs. So that's an underpinning principle that has been with the Australian Public Service from the very beginning in 1901. If we move forward to the next slide, I'll share with you a little bit about how the classification structure works here in Australia. So you can see there on the left-hand side in the colours the structure that exists. So secretaries or agency heads at the top, so they run organisations, and those appointments are unique in that they are decisions made by the government of the day. Underneath that, Band 1, Band 2 and Band 3. So those are senior executive service roles, and those are the roles that my team play more of a role in their career development, and I'll talk more about that in a moment. Underneath that, executive level or EL roles, which are our middle management roles, and then through to APS 1 to 6, which are where the core of all of our work is done across the Commonwealth. On the right-hand side, you can see the split and the percentage of employees at different classifications. You'll note down the bottom that there's not that many APS 1s, 2s or 3s. We've noted in a change over the last 10 to 20 years that with the rise of technology and increasing automation, most of our staff will now enter around about that APS 4 level, or they'll join as a graduate or a trainee once they finish their university degree. And the largest classification of employees now is that APS 6 level. So if I were to generalize, those are the folks who are the most senior individual contributors before staff move into more dedicated management roles. So that is a broad brush, I suppose, of the foundations of career management for everyone who works in the Australian Public Service. If we can move to the next slide, I'd love to talk to you more about the work that we do here at the Australian Public Service Commission, which is about identifying, identifying and nurturing future leaders in the APS. So what I'd love to talk through this morning is a little bit of the what, a little bit of the why, and a little bit of the how of our approach before I share some of our challenges and some of our lessons learned, which hopefully will be helpful for you all. So if I think about what we're trying to achieve with this work, and again, we're thinking about those top 3 bands in the classification structure that I shared with you before. So the aim of the approach is about building a strong and diverse pipeline of leaders who could take on the most senior roles in the future. Certainly our experience in Australia, and I'm sure across the region as well, is that the quality of leadership is really heavily linked to the quality of the outcomes that you see, and also of the culture of the APS as well. So there's been quite a deliberate decision to start with our most senior levels. When I say pipeline, I should refer back to the merit principle that I spoke about earlier. We're not talking about picking who might occupy a particular role in the future, but instead about broadening the pool of options who might apply for a particular job, and then ensuring that they have the depth of skills and experience to succeed in the role if they did win the role through a merit-based process. So we're looking to have a situation where if there are 2 good options now, that in the future there would be 5 good options who could apply for the role, or 10 good options who could apply for the role. And then whoever won the merit-based selection process would then occupy that in the future. So we move to the next slide, which captures the all-important question of why. So the independent review of the APS, which you can see on screen there, 2019, really focused around how we might set up the Australian Public Service to meet the challenges that we know are coming over the next 10 to 20 years. So a very future-focused review. We hadn't had a major review of the public service in Australia since around about 1983. So very much focused with what have we learned since then, and what might we need to do differently to set up the public service to serve government and citizens into the future. And you can see there on screen that one of the big findings of that review was about emphasising that if you wanted to support a high-performing APS, we really needed to focus more on the career development of our most senior leaders. One, because they operate in a really unique environment in the democratic framework here in Australia. They need to manage really high levels of complexity. They're working with multiple ministers, multiple stakeholder groups, and they're often called to develop solutions to issues that go across portfolios. So some of the big wicked problems that we're managing, I'm sure across the region, can't just be solved within one department. They need a collaborative approach across the nation to be able to find a solution to that. So that was one of the big reasons why we needed to develop our people, but also to lead the reform that was outlined in the review. There was a sense that we needed a great quality of senior leader who could take their staff along the journey and build the capability of the public service. So the review recommended as a first step that we undertake benchmarked capability and talent assessments for all of our most senior leaders. And when I say benchmarked, what they were looking to do was to be able to compare the capability of each senior leader in the Commonwealth to each other, but also to be able to compare that capability to individuals who were outside of the public sector. So folks in the private sector, folks in state government, that sort of thing as well. So if we move to the next slide, we'll talk a little bit about how have we done this, and this will be the most substantive part of my presentation to you all this morning. And I start here on screen with the governance approach. One of the biggest things that we've learned is that really strong governance, really strong senior leader support, and really strong implementation principles have been crucial to the success of the work. So I start here quite deliberately, and you can see there on the right-hand side, so at the senior executive service level, the work is led by 2 cross-APS talent councils on behalf of the Secretary's Board, who are the highest governance board in the public service, or in the Australian public service, as I mentioned before. So we have 2 councils. The Secretary's Talent Council, which you can see at the top there, which includes the Secretary of the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet, who's the head of the APS, the Australian Public Service Commissioner, who is my boss, and the head of people, I suppose, in the public service. 6 secretaries from across the Commonwealth, plus an agency head. And they're responsible for overseeing talent identification and development for that next rung down. So those SES Band 3 staff, and there's around about 100 of those across the Commonwealth, and really looking at a cross-APS approach. Sitting as a subcommittee of that council are the Deputy Secretary's Talent Council. So there's 8 SES Band 3s on that council. So there's a one below CEO, I suppose, and they focus on the next 2 levels down in the work. So really looking to build a pipeline from the early points of our senior executive career right through to those who are appointed to the most senior roles at secretary level. The work is all done in partnership with secretaries and agency heads. So you can see on the left-hand side of that particular slide there. So they remain responsible for recruitment and performance management in their agency. And they're also responsible for career development of staff below the senior executive service level, where you can see there's many more staff, and simply too many to be able to take a single approach across the Commonwealth. So each agency will manage that particular the career development approach for those staff. If we move to the next slide, and I mentioned earlier the idea of principles, and these have been really important to us. We've very carefully implemented the approach. You can see that there are 5 principles there. I might just call out 2 that have been central to the work that we've been doing. So one is that all of the work is data informed. So any judgments that are being made are based on assessments that are undertaken by professional psychologists and that provide insight into capability. They're not based on who's most well known or who is most well networked or some limited interaction that one particular senior leader might have had with someone. It's really based on a comprehensive view of an individual's capability based on multiple points of data. And the second part there is that do no harm principle. Now we've taken this from the medical profession, I suppose, and we know that some of the assessments that feed into career development plans, 360-degree feedback, cognitive assessments, these sort of things, the feedback can be quite stark and quite blunt. And so one of the things that we were really careful about is to make sure that all the feedback is developmentally focused, so designed to help people get better, that people's privacy is protected, so we really limit who has an opportunity to be able to see the data, so that we're really ensuring that we're not damaging the engagement of our really high-performing people who are in very big and very challenging jobs for the nation. If we move through to the next slide that captures a little bit of the evolving journey of the work, I suppose. There's been ongoing work in the Australian Public Service since around 2010 on talent and career management. When we started the work, largely these were training approaches. So particular staff were nominated by their agency to take part in a training program that would prepare them for something in the future. These were great from a point in time perspective, but they didn't offer, I suppose, that individual support based on what a particular person might need. And they also didn't offer the longitudinal support. So they were very point in time, and they didn't offer support over a period of time to develop a senior leader towards their potential. So to move from there, in around 2015, there was a pilot of this talent council approach. So a group of senior leaders who undertook an assessment and then built a bespoke development plan that's specific for them, and is then supported by that council of senior leaders across the Commonwealth to develop their capability and fulfil their potential. So we know that we started about 2015 with some small pilots on a small scale with more junior staff, and those experiments then created the case to take a more systematic approach, which led the Secretary's Board to form the Secretary's Talent Council in 2017 to lead this work all across the Australian Public Service. So we move to the next slide there, thank you very much. And you can see there on screen the Secretary's Talent Council in a bit more detail about what they do. So their primary role, oversee those really rigorous, objective and consistent assessments for all SES Band 3s and some Band 2s with potential for the most senior roles in the APS, to provide data and insight to the Secretary of the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet to manage the pipeline for roles at the most senior level. And then very much to work with their peers as well about how you can engage them to ensure that there was good buy-in from across all of the secretaries in the system, noting that secretaries retain some control around recruitment and performance management. So if we move forward a slide here, and this captures the general approach that we take. And I was really struck in one of the early videos about career development being beneficial for both the individual and for the institution. So you can see there that for the individual, we have an assessment at the start. So it's a 7-month cycle of an assessment that goes through from orientation through to a behavioural interview that they undertake with 2 psychologists, 360-degree feedback tool, interviews with your key stakeholders and your staff, to then get some good feedback and build a bespoke development plan. So that's specific for the individual, which they're then supported to implement over time through ongoing coaching, regular check-ins with their psychologist, and then an opportunity after 2 years to be able to do an updated assessment. So they understand where they've grown, any areas that they might still need to work on. And so that's really designed to give our most senior people great feedback. We know in the public service traditionally that the culture of feedback and development has been probably a little bit below practice that we would see in other sectors or internationally. So this was really designed to assist with that. And then for the system, which is the other side of the work, and you can see there those 2 pieces that branch off. So what the program has been able to do has given the public service insight into the capability of our most senior leaders. And that data gathered over time has then provided an enterprise-wide view of the strength and diversity of our leadership pipeline, to inform things like succession planning. So who might well be put forward to government as a possibility to be an agency head in the future. And then also you can see down the bottom there, so data to inform the work of the APS Academy and the sort of training that we offer for more junior staff to build them up. So I mentioned the idea of feedback, enabling staff and those sorts of things as being an area of weakness. What we've been able to do based on the data gathered through these assessments is to then start to look to build those things into our leadership development programs for more junior staff along the way. If we move to the next slide, then they'll run a little bit into the components and the competencies, I suppose, just to link on some of the things we heard from our speakers earlier. There's 3 elements that we will assess when we're looking at our senior folk. First on the left-hand side is the depth and breadth of their experience of their career so far. Thinking about if a person has only worked in service delivery, for example, is there an opportunity for them to do more of a policy job, and vice versa, so that when people are moving into more senior levels that they've got quite well-rounded experience. Then we look at current capability, and there's two frameworks you'll see on screen there that dovetail together. So we have the APS leadership capability framework that captures the capabilities that you might need to do in a certain senior job. So we think about things like how visionary you might be, how influential you are. So how do you go about influencing government decisions? How collaborative are you with your colleagues and your stakeholders? How well do you enable your staff and your team? How you deliver? Do you get things done? And then also a capability that's a bit newer for the public service, which is that entrepreneurial approach. So how are you thinking about new approaches to policy and service design using technology and those sorts of things to be able to integrate new approaches into the way in which we provide programs and services for the community. And on the other side of that then is the behaviours. So what sort of behaviours do we expect of our senior leaders to ensure that they're setting up their organisation as a good place to work, and they're working well across the system with their colleagues? So those are the two pieces that we assess in the middle. And finally, potential for the future. So this is a predictive assessment that thinks about how can an individual or how would they perform roles that are more complex, of larger scale, and have greater ambiguity. So in the APS, we think about this as being a combination of ability, your aspiration to do those things, and also your engagement with the public service. So those are the three things that we look at when we're running an assessment of people. The assessment that we run then feeds into the type of feedback a person gets, and then into their individual development plan. So if there were particular elements from one of these frameworks that a staff member might need to work on, we would suggest particular things that were individual to them. So it's not a one-size-fits-all approach. It's something that's quite specific to a particular person based on their needs. If we move forward to the next slide, you can see a little bit of an overview of the program that individuals will go through and how the assessment works. And you can see it's quite in depth and goes over a number of months. So I'll just give you a moment just to take a quick look at that. I won't run through that in any sort of detail for you, but I'll give you a moment to take a look before I talk a little bit about the Deputy Secretary's Talent Council, who are doing this work at sort of more junior levels. So if we move slides, then actually I might move on. I'm just noticing the time. I've got about 5 minutes left, so I'll try and move through a bit quickly from here on out. Thank you for that. So you can screen there the approach of the Deputy Secretary's Talent Council, who are responsible for this work at SES Band 1 and Band 2. Broadly, it's the same, but what they're doing is looking at more junior staff. So because of that, if we move forward to the next slide, we see two key differences in the work. So one, there's a greater emphasis on understanding an individual's potential. So they're predicting someone who could move from an SES Band 1 role forward into a more senior SES Band 3 role. And so one of the big differences with this program is it includes cognitive assessment tools. So we've learned that intelligence is a really key differentiator of how well a person would do in a more senior role. So do look to include those sorts of things to assess people. If we can just move to forward to maybe the next slide, actually the next two slides, if we could. Yeah, let's move to the next one. So you can see here, the Deputy Secretary's Talent Council, they're dealing with a much larger cohort. So where the Secretary's Council are dealing with only 130 or thereabouts staff, so they have a development for all approach, the Deputy Secretaries Council are dealing with around 2,500. So they have to be much more focused in where and the individuals that they work with. So you can see that they have a specific talent pool that they work with based on the assessment data. And those individuals come into a cohort, and the Talent Council will work with them over a number of years to build their readiness for more senior roles. So you can see in there that the way in which they're developed includes executive coaching, a senior mentor, regular networking events with speakers, and advice and support to broaden roles. And all of that is anchored around what we call a check-in in the public service here. So each member of that talent pool will meet with a panel of senior leaders from different departments to their own every 6 to 12 months. And that's really to understand their progress, how they're going, update their development plan, and consider any extra support that might be needed. So that might be something like a person is thinking about moving jobs. So how would they go about, looking at their resume? What should be their next step? So if we move forward then to the next slide, and really what have we achieved so far? And I'm noting the time here, so I'll try and be brief on this. 5 years on, we've had a more mature model. We're starting to hit our stride. We've got much greater insight into our leadership cohort. So we'd assessed all of our SES Band 3s who were in their role when the work started, and we now have an opportunity for all Band 3s to participate every 12 months. We're also starting to see progression through the system. So we have 8 of our 16 members of the Secretary's Board who have been through the Secretary's Talent Council work, and around about 20% of that SES Band 3 cohort, so that next group down, who have come through that Deputy Secretary's Talent Pool. So our hope is that over time, as these senior leaders move up into the most senior roles, they've based on what they've done as well. Key challenges for us, and I'm really interested in hearing from colleagues about how you approach this. How do you balance transparency and managing expectations of senior leaders, knowing that appointments are still merit-based? How do we build greater diversity of background and experience in the public service? So we know that the Australian Public Service Commission, the Australian Public Service is quite homogenous. So our assessment data shows that there's similar working styles, education and experience. And more broadly in our community, 1 in 4 Australians have been born overseas, 20% speak a language other than English at home. So how do we make sure that our senior leadership cohort in the public service are more representative of the community, so that we can provide the best policy and programs for those folks, and then also linking into to other workforce practices. If we move to the next slide, just before I close for your questions, big lessons for us. So incremental advancement over time. We like to talk about the idea of imperfect progress and getting better at each attempt. The work that we've done is now deeply embedded, but it's taken us 5 to 7 years to do it. So it's not something that can be done overnight. Secondly, that leader-led approach that I mentioned before is really critical to success. So work with the system and involve your senior leaders in identifying and developing your staff. In our context, a HR-led approach, a human resources-led approach. We're of course involved and we support it. It couldn't have worked in our context. We had to do that with the senior leaders. And then finally, those 2 pieces. So do no harm, and linked to that, using objective and professional support, and particularly around the assessments, is really key to credibility of the work, and also making sure that there's a bit of independence as well. So where you have the opportunity to use skills and sort of those folks who are experts in this, be they executive coaches or professional psychologists, then really encourage using those sorts of things to underpin your assessments as well. So that's a really high level overview of our work. Thank you again for the invitation, and looking forward to our other speakers, and looking forward now to your questions as well from across the room. I should say that I have my colleague Mark from our international team who's here with me at the moment. So if there's any particularly tricky ones that I can't answer, I'm sure he'll be able to jump across and help out as well. But thank you very much, and looking forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Pak David Hall. Round of applause.
Thank you.
Very interesting presentation. Your final note is very, very helpful for us to understand. But there are several points that I would like to mention. First, broadening the pool of option in order to catch as much as talents as possible, and in the process, you trying to make sure that the feedback from the assessment is supposed to be development, supporting the development of the person. It's based on a do no harm principles, and of course, the merit system is merely a pipeline, and you have a clear classification from the very beginning in how you can proceed. So I think we can go straight to the Q&A session. Is there a Slido that I can read? Or, oh yeah, well, there's a. So, Pak David, I will be taking like 3 questions, and you can answer it, and then follow up by another 3 questions, and let's see if the time is if it's possible for us to get like a third one. Perhaps I can ask directly from the participant using like a raise hand function. Oh yeah, sure. Slido, please. Oh, there's a Slido or raise hand first.
Looks like there's a number of hands raised in the room.
Okay. So pardon my eyesight. It's a bit far for me. So bear with me. I will stand up. Oh yeah. So from Indonesia, Siska Widuri. Ya, Bu, monggo. Muted, Bu Siska. You are muted.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Can you hear me okay? Hello? Yes, okay.
Yeah.
Good morning, David and Mr. Moderator. If I get your presentation correctly, the process that you described was for the high level management, right? What about the lower level Australian public servants? What kind of career progression that is planned by the organization, or what kind of process that is implemented for them compared to the higher level that you already described? And then what happened to those who are already in that high level position, but their assessment result is not yet good? What kind of step you are conducting to make sure that they will get the development that they need, or what kind of career plan that you guys prepare for those who don't do well in their assessment? Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you. Second question. So David, I will be taking like 3 questions, and then you can answer it.
Yeah, of course.
Another question. Okay. Another question is from Tiara Anjani, if I'm not mistaken. Oh yeah. Are you still muted, Bu? Bu Tiara, muted, mute.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for the chance given and such a great explanation from David. First of all, I would say that I'm attracted to the explanation. The first one is about the assessment, and the second one is about the coach and mentoring program. And would you please share more, Mr. David, about how the assessment method and instrument used by EPS for their talent and also for the new employee recruitment. And the second one is, could you please explain more about how APS maintain the coach and mentee in the APS coaching and mentoring program? Because sometimes we decide the program such as coaching and mentoring, but in the reality, the coach and mentee, they didn't do their role. Could you share more about how APS maintain coach and mentee for the coaching for coaching and mentee for doing their role in coaching and mentoring program? Thanks in advance.
Thank you.
Oh, wow. That's a whole lot from you, David. hope you are up to it. So the third question is from Dodi or Budi. Sorry, pardon my eyesight. Oh, Dodi, yeah, Dodi. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Satya. Hello, David.
Good morning.
Okay, morning. I would like to ask about merit system. As far as I know, one of merit system parameters implemented in Australia is selecting candidates based on their achievements. In what level do they apply? First, and the second, would you explain what methods and indicators do you use to determine distinct candidates? Okay, just only two questions. Thank you, Mr. Satya.
Two questions, but a lot. Okay, Pak David, I will let the screen for you.
Thank you very much for all of those questions. I'm just thinking about where to start. And potentially I might start, well, maybe I'll start at the beginning. So for lower level public servants, those below the senior executives, it depends based on the agency. So for us here at the Public Service Commission, as I said, we've got responsibility around the senior executive service. So there'll be a little bit of variation depending on what the individual workplace agreement will be. Largely, I would say that it is between a manager and their staff member, supported by some agency-wide guidance and training. So normally, so for example, in the agency I worked in beforehand at the Department of Health, there is access to what's called the Performance and Development Scheme. So we would have had a series of training that would build your core skills in writing, working with stakeholders, those sorts of things. And then you would work with your manager based on the specific requirements of your role to then think about, so where might I develop my capability, thinking about your job, but also then thinking about a future job. So I would say it's much less coordinated for folks who are below the senior executive service level. One of the things we're hoping to do is, by starting at the top, that we would give our senior executives experience of what a coordinated and joined up system might well look like, so that they can then influence the way in which it works in their agency and improve that practice over time. So a sort of trickle down approach, I suppose, is how you could do it. To answer your second question around what do we do for those people who are not yet good, for want of a better term, very much everyone who goes through the assessment will have a very specific development plan that will help them build their capability regardless for what that is. So they won't necessarily have the same central support that we provide for those folks who are very high performing, but what they will have is a plan to go away and then think about with their manager and with their agency where they might well develop that. And that might well be through particular training, a particular coach, those sorts of things. So essentially, there's more support provided for those at the top and by the centre, I should say, and it's a bit more of an agency focus for those who are perhaps not as high potential as others, if I can say that. The assessment approach, if I can move to the second question, we would include in that, so cognitive assessment tools at the SES Band 1 and Band 2 level that would look at your verbal reasoning, your ability to work with numbers, your abstract reasoning. We'd also do a personality profile, so thinking about looking at those big 5 personality factors. We would do a 360-degree feedback assessment that would include feedback from your manager, feedback from your stakeholders and your peers, and then feedback from your staff as well about particular areas that you might well improve. And all of that is joined up through a pretty comprehensive interview. For the SES Band 3s, it's 4 hours long, and you'll have a psychologist or a pair of psychologists go through essentially your life story, from where you went to school, through your experience of where you grew up, all of those sorts of things, trying to understand you as a person, and then you and your work role to start to think about how they can construct some really great feedback for you. That assessment then feeds into the development planning approach that I mentioned. Coaching and mentoring is a really interesting one for us, and it's a good question. I've got to say, we tend to leave that to the individual. So we do a little bit of brokering, I suppose, for want of a better word. So we will suggest a particular coach or a particular mentor to an individual. It's then down to them to understand if they're a good match and to pursue that relationship. So for us, we know that those things tend to work best when they're not mandated, I suppose, but they are something that an individual is driving their development. So we don't tend to play a really heavy-handed role. What we tend to do is come back 2 years later and say, look, how did that go? Is that going well? Do you need to think about a different sort of approach? Could we match you with somebody else? Those sorts of things. So there's a point of time where further down the road where we will connect with people, but really in the interim for them, it's about sort of leading that relationship from there. So it's not I wouldn't say it's a perfect approach that we've implemented here either. And again, interested in the views of colleagues as we go forward this morning of who's been able to make that work in a really comprehensive way. I might move to that third question and about the merit system. And you're right, that does underpin promotions and appointments into the public service. It depends on the role, I would say, and the particular job and what that might well, as to what the assessment process might well look like. So for example, when I last ran a recruitment process for somebody in my team, we ran what we call a work sample test. So I asked them to write something to position a particular piece of work, and we evaluated from that perspective. We then had quite a comprehensive interview that goes through specific criteria based on the job. And what we ask people to do is provide examples of when they've done that in the past. And then also we'll do referee checks. So we'll speak to previous managers and those sorts of things to understand how they respond in particular situations. But I know that for other jobs, there will be more in-depth assessment approaches that they will use, or potentially lighter touch. So it's really down to the individual job. The key thing in the merit principle is it has to be the same or comparable for everyone, so that everyone has the same opportunity to demonstrate their skills in the same way. That's broadly what I would say. So I hope that answers your question, and happy to take a follow-up if I didn't quite capture it.
Wow, thank you for that's a very informative answers. So I'll be opening 3 more questions, and Pak David, there is one that I have to ask you. This is actually from my lovely colleague, Ibu Diah Kusumastuti, which is also my senior, and he managed HRD in our NNCSA. So I have to ask you this question. What are the criteria or indicator of your assessment process? First question. And second question this is related to talent mobility, Pak David. So in the 16 departments, is each department has its own talent management, or do you have like a overall talent management And last question, how do you manage Deadwood? Okay. Oh, you're smiling. That's a good sign. Okay. Second.
It's always the question.
Okay. Second question is from the Slido from Malaysia. Yang tadi? Okay. From Malaysia, Muhtarudin, Mr. Muhtarudin. Can you read it, David?
I can't see it on screen at the moment, but I'm sure it'll pop up in just a second.
Okay, so does APS receive any recommendation from employees when developing civil servant career planning? Question mark. What platform do they have to express their view if it does? So I will repeat. Does APS receive any recommendation from employees when developing civil servant career planning? Question mark. What platform do they have to express their view if it does? Question mark. Okay, last question. Oh, that's the last question. So only two questions then. Oh, from Aceh Lukman. How is the performance appraisal of civil servants in your country? Question mark. This is Indonesian because I bet this is Indonesian, right? So, do you think that performance appraisal is simple or complicated? Question mark. Thank you. Okay, I will repeat. How is the performance appraisal of civil servant in your country? Question mark. Do you think that performance appraisal is simple or complicated? Question mark. Thank you. Okay, that's the three.
Thank you, Mr. Satya. I could talk all day about that last particular question, so I'll try and keep my remarks brief. Performance appraisal, again, is largely done in an individual agency. So it's based on a particular system that the agency will come up with. Certainly at the sort of more junior levels. To give you an example, often it's done in an annual cycle, so largely done around financial year. So in Australia, that starts in July and in June. At the start of the year, you'll put in place an agreement with your manager based on your role. That'll cover off training, the expectations, I should say, plus any sort of training and development you might want to think about. And as I mentioned before, that'll also capture career development as well and where you might want to go in the future. Normally, in the formal sense, you'll have a check-in halfway through the year and then a final appraisal that's done at the end of the year that'll measure your performance and then talk about what you achieved and what you might do better. That's the formal approach. And that'll differ in agencies depending on whether they use a performing or not performing scale, or whether they use a 5-point scale, whether there's calibration. So there's a lot of variance across the APS in agencies about that. There's a lot of work happening at the moment, and this has been a direction, if I can get that right, from government to establish a more consistent approach to performance at the senior executive service levels. And that's the sort of work that the Commission will play a role in, and very much trying to balance the what you do and what you've achieved with the how you achieve it, and trying to make sure that there's equal emphasis on how you do the work as opposed to just what you've achieved across the year, so that all of those things about how you empower and enable your team, how you treat your colleagues, that they're all given equal weight in a performance assessment. So that's work that's happening here at the moment. Would I say it's simple or it's complicated? I think it depends on who you ask. In my mind, I think the simpler you can make an approach, the better it will be. But I should say there's a couple of big underpinners that we've seen. One is about manager capability. So your managers have to be able to have honest conversations with your staff, give them really good feedback, think about their development, and have all of that in mind to make any performance framework work. In my experience, what I've seen, what I'm hearing from other organisations in Australia is that have a perfect system. You can have all of the technology and all of those other sorts of things, but if your managers can't have conversations with people and give feedback, then it's unlikely that it's going to work. So that's performance appraisal, and I should say included in that we had a question at the start about deadwood. This probably links to that. I mean, in my personal view, I don't think there's any such thing as deadwood. I think there's just simply a fit between a person and a particular job, and it's then about understanding where might that person's skills best be used, and maybe that's not in the job they're currently doing. Each agency is required to have an approach to managing underperformance, and that'll vary across the Commonwealth, I suppose. And it's really about giving an individual an opportunity to improve their performance over time, so that the focus is around how do we help a person build their capability rather than moving them on out of the public service. So that's probably the performance piece there. I might deal with the second question that talks about the individual's involvement in their development planning. And perhaps I wasn't clear before. I should say this is a process that's not done to a person. We like to think that it's a process that's done with a person. So you're involved at every step along the way. When the feedback comes from the psychologists, the first person who gets to see that is the individual themselves, and they're given an opportunity to comment on it and to say, look, do you agree? Do you think that's fair? Is there anyone else that you might disagree with? And then in the development plan, it's really about saying, okay, where do you want to focus and what might you do? So it's very much at every step, the individual has an opportunity to input their view based on where they want to go in their career as well, because we know that it's no good having all the capability in the world if your aspiration doesn't align with where the system wants you to go. So that's, I should say that it's all done in partnership, and the person is at the centre of that. Two other final things. So the criteria and indicators, I won't cover across those too much. I'll just refer back to the slides where there's 3 sections. So performance and potential, the capabilities and behaviours, and then the model of potential. Those are the criteria that I'm really happy to talk a bit more offline if you wanted to go into a bit more detail on that. On talent mobility, this is one that we're trying to get better at in the Commonwealth. Traditionally, you can sometimes see that agencies can be run like independent fiefdoms, for want of a better word, and you may have seen things like talent hoarding exist in the past. Now we're seeing a much more collaborative approach across our senior leaders, where they're open to sharing their talent to ensure they can get broad experience across the Commonwealth and to make sure that they're set up for success in the future. So it's not a formal scheme. It's done essentially agency by agency, and individual agents working together. Sometimes we will play a brokering role in the middle if there's particular opportunities that come up, but it is an area that we're trying to formalise and get better at in the work that we're doing. Hope that answers the questions that we had coming through.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we have time for one more question. So one more question.
Yes.
Okay, from IUP, Ministry of Public Works Indonesia. How do you evaluate and manage the succession? ? How do you measure the effectiveness of your talent and career management program? ?
It's a really good question, and it was probably remiss of me not to mention that during the presentation itself. So when we're thinking about succession for the most senior roles, we will determine success based on a couple of different things. So the number of individuals who might well be ready to apply for a particular job or to be presented as an option for a particular job. We would look at a very strong pipeline being where you would have
Are you still with us? Okay, so it's something wrong with the network. Sinyal sana ya, bukan kita ya. Okay, let's wait then. Hopefully everything is okay. So, what I found interested in what David answered, some of the David answer is actually they have a specific development plan for talents for each person. Oh, hi. Would you take up the slack for David? Mark? Oh, you mute. Mark, you still mute. Oh, we cannot hear you.
Sorry about that, folks. I'm back. I had a momentary Wi-Fi.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it's the reliable technology, right? So just to finish that point, so the number of individuals who might well be available, and then individuals with a really diverse background as well. So if we had 5 individuals who all had the same set of skills and the same education and the same experience, we wouldn't say that was as strong as a group of folks who had very different experience and could bring different things to the role. So that's about how we would evaluate the success of our. We're looking to see.
Please bear with us, ladies and gentlemen. I think we're experiencing technical problem. Well, this thing happens, right? Technology. So please bear with us. Now it's only me on screen.
Sorry, folks. Was that only me who dropped out then?
Pardon? Yeah.
It was only me. Apologies about that. I'm having technical issues with the Wi-Fi here in our building. You'd like to think in the office it would work, but it's just kind of how it is. Just to really quickly finish that point before I get kicked off again, we look at the number of individuals who are moving through the system, and we would very much look at the quality of the feedback conversations that are happening across the system through things like our APS census and that sort of stuff to see how the approach was evolving over time. So those are the sort of metrics that we'd be looking at. So one, are people progressing? And 2, are we seeing increased satisfaction with things like feedback and development that we know are linked to the quality of our senior leadership? So that's broadly what we would be looking at in the public service here in Australia. So I'm going to stop now because I'm worried I might get kicked off at any possible moment. But again, thank you so much, everyone. I hope that's been valuable to you, and looking forward to hearing the insights from our colleagues from Republic of Korea and Japan in just a moment.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak David. Round of applause for Pak David. So I think the next will be we managed to finish in time, Pak, actually with spare time. So I would like to present you your certificates. Okay, thank you very much. Again, round of applause for Pak David. You'll be with us, right, from until the end? Pak David? You'll be
Yeah,
joining us? Okay,
really
sure.
Looking forward to hearing from colleagues. And I should say as well, happy.
Okay. I hear that you are with us from until the very end. Okay. Can we move to the? I would like to move to the next distinguished speakers. So this next speakers is from National Personal Authority Japan. She's a Director Satoko Maeda. Are you with us now, Director Maeda?
Yeah, yes. Good morning, everyone.
Soon you will see okay, she's with us now. Shortly you will see a short presentation, short slides on her CV. Okay, without further ado, and for the interest of time, I would like to ask you, Director Maeda, to begin presentation. The screen is yours.
Okay, first I will share my presentation materials. Just a moment. Okay, can you see? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. First, I'd like to thank you for your introduction, and also I'm honored to have the opportunity to participate in a seminar on civil servant career development planning. I'd like to also thank NCSA for their careful preparation in advance of this event. My today's presentation focuses on talent management and career development of Japanese national government employees. Let me say that this presentation contains my personal opinions. Today's presentation consists of 7 parts. First, I will explain the overview of Japanese government and public employees. Then, characteristics of personnel management, especially recruitment and job rotation. Third, talent management, focusing on unique features such as personnel management by group and working together and group work. Then, career development, competence assessment, career development related with digital platform. Lastly, I will introduce a future challenge of Japanese government. As a basic knowledge of Japanese government, I would like to explain the overview of government structure in Japan. The Japanese civil service is operated in national and local levels under the principle of local autonomy. Local authority is subdivided into several levels: prefectures, cities, towns, villages, and each local authority has the primary responsibility of policy planning and public service delivery for its residents. The total number of public employees, 3.35 million. In that, national public employees is around 0.6 million. The number of local employees is 2.7 million, which is around 5 times as large as national public employees. The national civil service is comprised of 2 types, regular service and special service. The National Public Service Act provides fundamental common framework for national civil service, which is applied to regular service. While special service, for example, employees of legislative and judicial branch self-defense force are excluded from the application of the National Public Service Act because they require special treatment under single legislation. Today's presentation focuses on national public service, regular service. For your reference, the concept of HRM of national public service and local public service has no big difference. This slide shows the history of downsizing of government employees. Over the past 50 years, former public institutions and public enterprises in various areas have been privatized, including National Railroad Service, national universities, national hospitals, postal service, social insurance agency. As a result, the number of civil servants has significantly decreased. This slide shows the central government structure. NPA is under the jurisdiction of cabinet, but it's independent and neutral organization. Now I'd like to get down to details. Characteristics of personnel management. I'd like to introduce Central HR Organization in Japan. NPA is responsible for public personnel management as a neutral and third-party organization to ensure fairness in personnel administration and protect the interests of national public employees. Our vision is to provide excellent service and to provide excellent public service and to continue to be trusted by society. To achieve this vision, we have 3 missions. These missions are to ensure that employees get the best experience from their work and to build a forward-looking HRM that prepares them for an ambiguous and uncertain future and to promote good governance in the civil service. First, let me explain the basic concept of human resource management in Japanese government. I suppose these concepts are unique to you. As for recruiting, we hire a new graduate in April at once. We rarely hire a new graduate in other months. As for career development, on-the-job training is common. Lifetime employment is a general rule. Until now, most officials have worked as civil servants until retirement. However, the younger generation tends to leave the civil service earlier. About 10% of new graduates quit government job after 10 years. As for career development, job rotation every 2 or 3 years is common practice. As the socio-economic environment has changed, the concepts of flexibility, diversity, and inclusiveness have been added to the overall policy. Otherwise, we are concerned that we may not be able to retain enough competent personnel in the public sector. I will show you this change later. Look at the situation of recruitment. 67% of officials are recruited through competitive examination. 33% are hired through selection. Most of the staff hired through selection are mid-career or specialists, such as medical doctors. Regarding the recruitment, NPA centrally conducts the open and fair recruitment exam for new hires from April to July. The exams are consisted of multiple choice test, essay, and interview. Then each ministry and agency interviews applicants who have passed the NPA examination and recruits from amongst them. In addition to the process, each ministry is allowed to recruit mid-career based on a selection process. This slide is about the futures of recruitment examination. Japan has a long history of open examination for public officers. It started from 1887. Japan has a long history of open examination. Currently, there are 3 types of examinations in accordance with the expected laws after assignment and the requirement of academic background. Comprehensive service is for advanced expert knowledge, technical skills, or experiences for policy planning. General service exam is for positions mainly engaging in administrative or clerical works. Specialist is to fill positions in specialized job categories in a specific administrative fields such as taxation, coast guard. In the 3 types of exam, there is no exam for executive candidates. The National Public Service Act stipulates that appointment, remuneration, and other personnel management of officials after initial appointment must not be bound by the type of recruitment examination they passed. But 90% of the executive posts are occupied by comprehensive service. Each ministry is trying to give some of general service training opportunities to develop their skills and experience in order to promote more general services to executive positions. This is the detail of open exam in Japan. Please look it later. This picture shows mobility in the ministry. New graduates are appointed to home ministry and or agency. Basically, they promote in the home ministry or agency. During the long career until retirement, most of the officials' experience transfer to other ministries or agencies, international organizations, and local governments. These lateral movement and personnel exchange are common practice in Japan. As the picture shows, the number of posts of high rank executive is rather small. Only one person promotes up to permanent secretary. To select the person who promotes to the position, the evaluation result and experiences of working outside their home ministry are considered. In Japan, lifetime employment is general, but these days, fixed-term appointment or mid-career recruitment are encouraged to diversify organizations and hire specialists like lawyer, engineer with digital skill, and so on. Next, I would like to explain the characteristic of job rotation. Normally, large-scale personnel changes are made once a year. In each ministry and agency, about 1/3 to half of entire employees change posts at the same time. Most of the transfer between ministries become effective on April 1st or July 1st. On an individual basis, the post changed once every 2 to 3 years. The experience working in other ministries or local organizations is one of the conditions of promotion to above division director level. Job rotation is controlled by the HRM department of each ministry and agency. When positions become vacant because of retirement, movement, or other causes, HR department makes the plan to fill these positions by recruitment, lateral movement, or promotion. When HRM department decides to use promotion, it selects an appropriate person to be promoted in terms of capacity, knowledge, and experiences to fill the vacant position. For promotion, the person must meet the requirement of past personnel evaluation result. Personnel management is carried out by each staff group within the ministry and agency. Based on the entrance examination and job categories, informal career groups are formed, and these informal groups become the base of promotion, transfer, job assignment. This picture shows typical example of promotion of comprehensive service. Please look it later. This picture shows the process of appointment of senior executives, which is higher than Bureau's Deputy Director General. The point is the Chief Cabinet Secretary examined the candidates. This slide shows 6 merits of centrally controlled appointment. First, HR department can implement its HR policy directly. Second, balanced appointment means that HRM department can deploy right person in right place at right time, even if working in local posts is not favorable for employees. HRM department can order employees to work for local post in rotation. Third, promotion management is to prevent rapid increase in personnel costs. Fourth, HR department can contribute to HR development through organizing trainings. It means that each organization can keep enough expertise inside the organization. Fifth, flexible management means that HR department can adjust the number of staff in each division according to the busy or slack state of work. Lastly, as managers have no authority to hire subordinates, so nepotism is not likely to happen. This slide shows 5 merits of periodic transfer. Experience a broader range of work and develop expertise in multiple policy areas. Frequent transfer can prevent corruption. Since evaluators may change within a year or two, evaluations based on evaluators' likes or dislikes will not continue and will contribute to a fair evaluation. Motivation to a better job in the next post will work. Lastly, as the transfer will happen at the same time, officials need to prepare for the smooth succession of their job. Next topic is talent management. There is no clear policy about the talent management. Common practice in human resource management in Japanese government is to appoint new graduates at entry level once a year. New graduates appointed that year are managed as a single group along with a type of examination. This slide shows the merits of management as a group. From the viewpoints of employees, by looking at examples of promotions of senior members of the same group, the person can easily imagine his or her future career path. In the same group, only one person will be able to be Secretary General, so the competition in the same group will be severe and encourage group members to develop their abilities. Members of the same group implicitly understand and agree on who is the best in the group as the years go by. This diagram shows the office layout of a typical Japanese ministry division. The director has a seat at the back of the room so that he or she can see the whole section. The yellow lines represent the chain of command. The director gives instructions to the assistant director, and the assistant director instructs the team consisting of the unit chief and staff under him. Everyone in the department is working in a large room, and it is relatively easy to understand how each other is working. The size of composition of the team will depend on the work assigned to it. This slide introduces the features of group work in Japan. The left side box shows division director's role to distribute work to teams of the section. The outline of the job assignment of each department and division is stipulated by laws or regulations, but there is no clear job description of each post. The division director may assign division duties to teams or individuals within the division. In the middle box, government employees work together in teams rather than individually. One team is usually composed of assistant directors, unit chief, senior officers, and junior officers. But these days, lack of the human resources, the size of team is becoming smaller than before. In the right box, staff members work together in a large room with large partitions. The desks are fixed. The location of the desk indicates the level of position. Recently, however, free address work style is becoming a government trend, along with the widespread use of telework. What do you think is the purpose of having everyone in the same division work together in the same room? This slide shows merits of working as a team. First of all, it fulfills the function of human resource development by instructing young and newly appointed employees on how to carry out their work. It would be OJT. The other merit is that members of the section will be able to think about the role of managers and the ideal form by watching the work of section chief closely. As the knowledge about work is easily shared within the organization, experience and knowledge will be accumulated in the institution. Next topic is competence assessment. This slide explains a personnel evaluation system in Japan. The personnel evaluation system is an important tool that serves as a basis for personnel management. Basically, a manager evaluates his or her subordinate in 6 grades from 2 points of view. The first point is competency evaluation. Manager evaluates the ability of the subordinate to perform duties during the appraisal period 1 year from October to next September. The second point is performance evaluation. Manager evaluates the performance of subordinate twice a year from April to September and from October to March, each time for a period of 6 months. The result of personnel evaluation are utilized in the decision of promotion and remuneration, such as requirement of grade increase and selection of those receive higher pay step increase, and reflected in the rate of bonus. This slide shows the flowchart of personnel evaluation. At the beginning and end of evaluation cycle, evaluators have an interview with his or her subordinate to set goals and feedback on the evaluation result. To grasp the abilities and performance of employees more accurately, the grading in personnel evaluations has been revised to increase subdivision from 5 to 6 levels from October of 2022. Before this amendment, evaluators tended to put A grade to many evaluatees. So A grade is divided into excellent and superior. In addition to that amendment, to strengthen career development functions of assessment, setting challenge goals in the performance evaluation is required to all evaluatees. Evaluators will note areas of excellence and improvement in the record. To enhance management ability of managers, setting management goal is required in performance evaluation. As for managers, the overall grade will not exceed the grade of management categories. Next topic is career development. Career development is based on OJT. Please see the upper left column. So through daily performance and the team-based work, flexible job assignment on the job training is provided on a daily basis. In upper right column, through on-the-job training, supervisors can monitor the capacity development of each employee. In lower right column, the NPA and the Cabinet Secretariat provide the training programs to civil servants across the government. NPA's training program aims at nurturing the fundamental attitude and skills required for civil servants, while the Cabinet Secretariat's training program are offered primarily to young officials who are future candidates for executive positions. In lower left column, each ministry and agency also offers training program to develop the specialized knowledge and skills necessary for the work for which they are responsible. Other way of on-the-job training is to experience various fields through job rotation. In home ministry or agency, transfers across bureaus and regional offices are common practice. Transfers to organizations outside the home ministry often occur to executive candidates. As the expected career path differs from each employee's ability, the number of transfers varies from individual to individual. Since 2014, we have been implementing an executive candidate development course. This course is designed to develop staff with the right skills and experience to assume management positions that could lead to executive positions in various ministries. Highly motivated and capable employees with at least 3 to 9 years of experience are selected based on their requests and personnel evaluations, and those enrolled in the executive candidate development course are given a variety of work opportunities, such as attending various training courses and being transferred to other ministries and agencies. Next topic is career development through digital platforms. Each ministry conducts an annual survey to determine the personnel status of its employees. Through this survey, the data like educational background, family status, qualifications, career preferences are collected. In addition, training histories, personnel evaluation results, and job rotation histories are stored in the HRM department of each ministry and agency. We use the digital platform, which is called Personnel and Salary-Related Business Information Systems. All ministries use this platform to apply for benefits, pay salaries, and appoint to new posts. Personnel data is collected through the platform, but there is no common system to analyze the data of entire workforce in national government. During the pandemic, online training was widely used. In 2021, 90% of entire training courses were online. Only director-level training was conducted in a camp style. Last year, we introduced a new recruitment exam for digital technology. There were 147 applicants for this exam, and 47 eventually passed the exam. I would like to introduce the advanced initiative, which is conducted in METI. METI is using AI to analyze staff assignments by measuring staff satisfaction with their work and also analyze opportunities for growth through work. Based on the analysis of the distribution of personnel evaluation results, the METI is trying to visualize competence of each employee. But it is trial basis. So to utilize the personal data for career development is next issue to tackle in the future. Last slide is about the future challenge in Japanese government. As the competition for talents with private companies becomes fiercer and the number of applicants for national public employees recruitment examination is declining. A review of recruitment examination system is an urgent issue. To improve the accessibility for candidates and increase the number of applicants, the NPA made necessary reviews on the modality of recruitment examination to make the application easier for candidates. The review will include the content of the examination, as well as moving forward the date of spring examination, lowering the minimum eligible age, adding examination locations. Also, to make remuneration for young generations more competitive, the salary level for young officials has been raised by allocating pay resources. And also, we have revised the standard for determining the starting salary for those with PhD degree to improve their salary. Next challenge is related with career development. To demonstrate employees' abilities and organizational performance to the maximum extent possible, it is important to train employees according to their abilities and aptitudes, and to reflect the result of personnel evaluations appropriately in appointment and remuneration. Also, for employees to autonomously consider their own future career paths, the personnel management section needs to take measures, such as presenting a model career path for the organization employees, actively offering opportunities for their development, and encouraging supervisors to ensure appropriate communications with their subordinates. So the NPA newly established administrative training courses to strengthen the management ability of the director level and to support the career development of younger employees. Regarding improvement of working environment, it is essential to improve working environment to realize employees' well-being. It is imperative to reform working practices, and among these, correcting the custom of long working hours is an especially urgent issue from the standpoint of securing talent. To reduce overtime, NPA enacted the rule to impose an upper limit of the amount of overtime hours to ministries and agencies in April 2020. In addition, we newly established the Office of Investigation and Guidance on Working Hours to instruct ministries and agencies on appropriate management of overtime hours based on the objective records, give managerial advice for supervisors. One of the main causes of long working hours is diet session. Earlier notification of questions for diet sessions and wider usage of online briefings with diet members have contributed to the reduction of overtime work. Under the circumstances where telework is more widely adopted and employees' lifestyle is getting diverse, it is necessary to review working hour system which can correspond to flexible work style. NPA is considering introducing an allowance to cover the cost of electricity and water when working from home. Also, we are reviewing flexible working settings, namely shortening the length of core time from 5 hours to 2 hours, and maximum settings of flexible time from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. to 10 p.m. There are various systems to support both male and female employees to work without any anxiety while taking care of their children and other family members, including child care leave, nursing leave, leave for infertility treatment, and so on. We have not only established the system, but also made efforts to promote the use of such systems to support work-life balance. One example is the increase in the ratio of male employees taking child care leave. Each ministry or agency has created an environment where male employees can easily take child care leave through various actions, including raising awareness of managers. And as a result, the ratio has increased from 14.5% to 51.4% in recent 5 years, which is significantly higher than that of the private sector. In order to prepare for an ambiguous future, we believe that we need to continuously update and improve our human resource management system. To this end, input at seminars such as this one is extremely useful. I hope that my presentation will provide you with some ideas on how to tackle your administrative issues. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Round of applause for Mrs. Satoko Maeda. Wow. Actually, you provide a very comprehensive presentation on how the NPA or the Japanese government manage the talents in Japan. So basically, you have a systematic classification from the very beginning in order to classify talents. You also put a high mark on the ability to work in a group or team, and also the competence assessment to ascertain promotion is based on merit and performance, which also based on training and the training needed. What I mean is training needed to increase the performance of talents. And what I take is actually two remarkable thing is the use of AI. We would like to know more how to use AI to analyze the competence of each employee, and also the view on improving working environment. We surely would like to know more on that during the Q&A. So I would like to invite our, can I open the Q&A session, Ms. Maeda? Mrs. Maeda?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Okay, I would like to invite our international participant first. 3 questions. Okay, I see a hand being raised. Itu international bukan tuh? Bukan. Okay, bear with me, our Indonesian participant. I will give the screen time for 3 international participants first, and then I will go to the Indonesian participant. Ada nggak? No question. Okay. Oh, ada. Oh, okay. There's a in a Slido. Okay, since we are experiencing some technical problem, so perhaps I will go to the Indonesian participant first. I saw a raised hand. Tadi yang ini, yang apa? Indonesia dulu deh. Nah itu,
Halo.
Pak. Ya, monggo Mas.
Oke, baik. Thank you, Mr. Satya. I would like to ask a question to Ms. Maeda. The question is about since you explained about job rotation between ministry in Japanese government, such as maybe one from the Ministry of Agricultural will be moved to Ministry of Finance, and then how is Japanese government arrange the compensation system such as salary, allowances, or other benefit, because it can be financial or non-financial, because if one of the ministry pay more higher than other ministry, I think it will be hard for us to manage or execute the job rotation. I think that is my question. I hope you can understand what I mean about. Thank you.
Thank you. So another question? Okay, I see a hand being raised. Okay. Can you? Okay, Miss Igna from Indonesia.
Okay, my voice is good.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm curious about the recruitment of civil servant system in Japan. As shown in your slide, Ms. Maeda, the recruitment exam there are multiple choice tests, essay, and interview. And my question is, does it use accumulation from all kind of tests or use selection in each test? And how NPA ensure the objectivity of the interview test? Thanks in advance.
Okay, thank you. So the last question I will read from David, Australia. Noting the regular movement of employees, how is corporate memory maintained and lessons learned from past approaches? I will repeat. Noting the regular movement of employees, how is corporate memory maintained and lesson learned from past approaches? Question mark. So I will give the screen for you, Director Maeda.
Okay, I answer first question. I remember that question is about the salary level. So it might affect the person who transferred to other ministry. But actually in Japan, the salary level in each ministry is same. So NPA decides the common salary level. So that's why all ministries follow this salary scale. So that's why it is easier for people to transfer. Transfer is not affected to the salary level. So I think, is it okay? I can answer you.
Yeah, thank you. Arigato.
Okay. So second question is, I understand how okay, I said that NPA is clearly shows the criteria of the result of examination. For example, you have to take 30% of the score to pass the examination. So I think by doing that, the objectivity is maintained. And also, if you, is that correct? Can I answer you?
Okay, but how about the score? It's use accumulation for all kind of tests. So maybe if we take multiple choice tests, and then if you pass the score, so you continue with the interview test like that, or use accumulation of all kind of tests?
Yes.
Use accumulation or use selection in each test?
I see. So after the multiple test, several selection is done. So some of them are failed to pass multiple examinations. The person who passed the multiple examination goes through the interview.
Thank you.
And the last question from my Australian colleague is about the transfer of the information or knowledge. So the point is to make every experience to the document or data. So yeah, now we try to change the old document to data, but before that, we made all activity to the document. So that's why, yeah, we have lot of documents. So if you want to know the past experience, you can check the old documents. Everything is accumulated in these documents.
Ms. Maida, following David's question, is there some sort of a corporate university in a ministry in Japan?
Corporate university?
Yes, where all the senior officers sort of like act as a mentee and then as a mentor, and then give some sort of sharing his experience to the mentee, to the employee, so that the institutional memory is not really lost during the rotation. Is that a thing in Japan?
I don't think so. What do you mean? The institutional memory is accumulated shared with the third person, right? No.
Oh, okay. So basically, you documented the experience, and then that documentation can be available to all. Is that it?
Yeah.
Thank you. So, so I will open the floor again, the screen again for another Q&A session from Minato Namikaze from Japan. This is the fourth Hokage from Konoha. Okay, how about reward system for public servant in Japan? Is it single salary system? Second question, I saw that someone is raised his hand. Oh, from Benny Davidson. Ms. Maeda, why in Japan performance evaluation conducted in September to October? That's the second question. And the third question, I saw someone raise, oh my God, this is long. This is a long one. Okay, to Mrs. Maeda, in your presentation, you mentioned about basic concept of Japan personal management. Can you explain how your agency makes sure that the process running well? Question mark. Did the technology help the system? Question mark. Also, Japan is known well for as country. As country have implemented Toyota way philosophy. Is the philosophy also influence on your human resources management process for the civil servant? Please explain, question mark. And I saw, bear with me, I saw someone raise his hand. Hah? Ada? Gak apa-apa, gak apa-apa. Coba aja. Okay. Well, yeah, come on, Pak. Ask your question, Pak. Pak Hindon. Masih mute, Pak.
Hello, Madam, sir. Thank you for your privilege to me talking. I'm sorry. I have a question. How Japan government connect the cultural set with the government system? Because now in Indonesia, we are trying to implement the system of core value ASEAN Berapa. And I have another question too. Nowadays, I'm working at Papua and we have struggle because of the regulation that always change every time. And now our administration system has been changed in Papua because we adding some more province or area. Because of that, it's hard for us to maximize our time in order to gain more experience and gain more information, especially to gain data about our civil servant. Because in Papua, it's hard to provide internet connection. It's hard to to make our society use computing things and everything very wise. So, do you have any tips? Do you have success story that we can learn, especially to connect the culture set with government system and how to reduce political influence in government system? That's only the question that I have right now. Thank you, sir, for your chance. Thank you, madam.
Thank you, Pak Hindon. Wow, that's a very heavy question. I hope Director Maeda can get the whole because of you have like a music in your background. So,
Yeah,
like a theme
actually,
music.
I was
Okay.
distracted by the music.
So I will give the screen to you, Director Maeda.
Okay. Okay. I answer the first question about the bonus. So, yeah, we have two bonuses. One is June, and the second is December. So, and each bonus, evaluation result is reflected to each bonus. And second question is about the evaluation term. In Japan, it starts from October and to end September. It is related with the timing of bonus. As I said, bonus is December and June. So the first term of performance evaluation is from October to March. And this result is reflected to the bonus of June. And the performance evaluation, which starts from April to September, is reflected to the December bonus.
Okay, so you time them with bonus, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you receive like extra salary, like a 13th month
No,
salary?
no.
Oh, okay. Only
Yeah,
bonus.
it is decided that the two times bonus.
2-time bonus.
Mm.
Okay, that's something that we can emulate.
Yeah, and your third question is, I'd like to elaborate the Toyota philosophy about HRM. I'm not familiar with that, so I'd like to ask, please elaborate more about this question.
Which question, Ms.
Uh,
Davaneda?
Number 3, about the Toyota philosophy is implemented in the Japanese government HRM management.
Perhaps she or he referred to the way Toyota Manufacturing Company is implement their management. So like very effective and efficient. No, the part of making a car is like specifically
Yeah.
it's very effective and efficient. Do you like applying this principle to civil service management?
I don't think so, because Toyota philosophy, in my understanding, Toyota philosophy is applied to the production of cars. So I'm not sure it is implemented in the HRM management in Toyota. So yeah, I cannot answer this question, sorry.
Thank you. Thank you, because it is known that it's very effective and efficient. So
Yeah.
I think the participant would like to know, do you like apply this also to human resources? Apparently not.
Yeah, of course, effectiveness, efficiency is very important in the HRM management, of course. I agree with that.
Okay, and the last question is actually from my colleague Pak Hindon from Papua. I think he mentioned that in Papua we have this underdeveloped infrastructure, and also how do you keep away the political influence in the process of human resources management? How can you guard the system so that the system, so how can you keep the system really professional? I think that was the underlying question is how do you keep the assessment process based on merit and performance, keep it strictly professional without any political influence? How can you do that in your experience in Japan?
Okay, first, in the constitution that public servants are required to serve all nationals, not for politicians, not only for politicians, but all nationals. So we need to follow that rule, of course. And also, as for the personal evaluation, and everything is stipulated in the National Civil Service Act. As national employees are not demoted or dismissed without following these rules. So that's why, yeah, for example, politicians cannot dismissal the person, the employee, national employees. So we are protected by the rule, I think.
Okay, thank you very much. So I will move to the next session, next 3 questions. I saw that someone raised his hand. Oh, okay, from NPA Japan. Oh, sorry, from how does NPA Japan adjust the changing world of work, particularly to the flexible working arrangement to attract younger generation to public service? That's the first question. Second question from Indonesia for Trisiwi. Does the personal assessment and evaluation system in a local government and central government use the same regulation use the same regulation or rules or different? Because you have two local government system and central government, do you use the same regulation in personal assessment and evaluation, or do you have separate? I think that's what Ms. Trisiwi would like to ask. And I see two raise hand. Langsung aja, Mbak. Sama Mas. Mbak dulu deh. Oke.
Thank you for the opportunity. Good morning, Ms. Maida. I just wanted to kind of probe on the because every 2 or 3 years staff have to rotate around the position. How do you make sure that they have the technical competency to actually do the job in their new position? Because do you have a job family system to make sure that their movement is within the same technical competency requirement? I think that's the question. Thank you.
Okay, the next question is from Pak John Marcus.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pratama. Good morning, Ms. Maida. Thank you for the opportunity. As Mr. Pratama said before, we are very interested about AI. You mentioned before. Despite of many advantages, for example, let's take about job rotation, such as we can learning opportunity, boost motivation, or other benefits. Let's focusing on the disadvantages, so such as maybe because of job rotation, we have to extra resources, frustration among employee or other lower quality works. If we muddled or make wrong conclusions about the employees' competencies, it will bring us disaster actually, I think. And how can AI can address these issues? Thank you. Please elaborate about the AI things. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak John Marcus. Perhaps Pak Isa, the last questioner. Huh? Pak John Isa.
Okay.
Ya? Yes, Pak Isa. I think we experiencing some difficulties.
Simple question, just.
Oke.
Belum masuk, Pak.
Udah nih, udah, monggo.
Can you hear?
Iya, Pak Joni
Tes,
saya
tes.
ini ada. Nah, ayo langsung.
Tes. Oke. Okay. Straight to the point. I think. Thank you for Mr. Satya and Ms. Maida. Maybe it's just my curiosity, but I have a question. Is the arrangement of the office chamber as shown on the slide written in regulation, or can it be more flexible? In the slide, Ms. Maida showed the slide of office chamber. It's regulated in constitution or regulation, or maybe it's just for sample, or maybe just more flexible thing. That's it. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Hope you understand my question.
Pak John Isa ask. Okay. I'll give the screen to you. Yes, Director Maida, I gave the screen to you.
Okay. I understand the first question is about flexible working settings. And in Japan, we have flexible working and also work from home. So now these working styles are becoming common in Japan. And according to the research, younger generations more attracted to these flexible working style. So that's why NPA is introducing flexible working style and telework. And the second question is about the local government's evaluation system. As I said, national government and local government is ruled by different laws. So that's why I guess that each local government had their own evaluation system. So I'm not sure this one is the same as national governments. I'm not sure, sorry. And the third question is about rotation. So the question is about the competency level, which is required after the rotation. The criteria of competency evaluation is same. It's not changed. So that's why after the rotation, we need to catch up as soon as possible. Yeah, it's very hard, but actually we are using to do that. And as for the first question is about AI, but as I said, I know that METI is trying to research about the usage of AI for HRM, but it's just trial basis. It's not officially used. So that's why I cannot say more about that because I think everyone is trying to research about it. So yeah, if I know something more, yeah, next time I will explain that, but I'm not sure. And the last question is about the office settings. As I showed the diagram of Japanese typical office settings, it's not regulated. It's just custom of Japanese ministries. But as I said, these days, many people work from home and the number of officers who go to the office is reducing. So that's why free address is introduced in several ministries, I know. So yeah, it's not regulated.
Follow-up question, Dr. Meda. So on a rotation, so the ability to adapt in each new position after a rotation, something that you are valued high, the ability to adapt. I mean, in a person, is it highly valued by NPA?
You mean that rotation,
Yes,
the person who experience rotation is highly valued or not?
The ability of that person to adapt in a new position after a rotation, is that highly valued by the NPA?
Yeah, not NPA, not by each ministry. Yeah.
Highly valued.
So that's why, yeah, because as I said, through experiencing the rotation, people can get broader experience and knowledge. So that's why, yeah, it is encouraged to rotate.
Okay, wow. So we have, oh, sorry. I think that conclude. Oh, we have only 5 minutes more, yeah? We have 5 minutes more, right? Okay. Perhaps, is there another question? Okay. From Malaysia. How does NPA overcome the issues of favoritism in order to make sure the effectiveness of the OJT procedure? Okay.
Yeah,
Another question? Is there another question? If not, then this will be okay. From Prahesti Pandanwangi. Is there any talent scouting program to various university or society to attract coming public service in Japan? First question. Second question, how to respond hybrid working arrangement in Japan and monitor each performance? Okay, that's it. 2 questions.
Okay, the first question is basically, as I said, we moved 2 or 3 years. So evaluators or evaluatees also moving to 2 or 3 years. So that's why dislikes or likes, the evaluation based on the likes or dislikes will not continue. So that's why, yeah, it is good. And also the evaluation will be supervised by the seniority. So that's why if you are a division manager evaluate, you are very bad, but the evaluation will be monitored by more higher boss. So that's why they can adjust the evaluation if they think it's not suitable. And the second question is, I forgot that, but the answer is no.
You're not recruiting directly from university.
No,
I mean,
no. We have that kind of system. And the last question, could you say it again, like the last question?
Can you show it in a Slido, please? Okay. How to respond hybrid working arrangement in Japan, and how do you monitor each performance?
Yeah, we have no system to monitor the performances in working from home. So yeah, it's one of the issues, how we can evaluate the people who work from home. Yeah, sometimes the evaluators think it's difficult to see the performance of employees who work from home. Yeah, it's the challenging issue, I think.
So as long as the job being done by him or her, well, she or he working at home, then it's okay then.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you very much. Round of applause for Director Maida.
Thank you so much.
And please stand by.
Yeah, I enjoyed it very much.
So please stand by for the certificate.
Okay.
A round of applause again for Mrs. Maeda Satoko. So are you going to join until the end?
Yeah, I will be here. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So let's move to the next distinguished participant. Last but not least, Mr. Ko Jung-ki from Ministry of Personnel Management. Are you with us now? Oh, for the this will be like you'll be presenting in Korean, and then someone will translate for you, Mr. Ko Jung-ki?
Yeah.
Okay, can we begin now? Okay, before the presentation, I would like to show a short presentation of Mr. Ko Jung-ki CV.
어떤 디자인인가요? 똑같구나, 디자인.
Okay, thank you very much. I will give the screen to you.
네, 안녕하십니까. 오늘 공모지기 제도 발표자인 인사혁신처에서 근무하는 구정기입니다.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kudang-gi. I'm working in openness and exchange
Division in the Ministry of Personnel Management.
인사혁신처를 대표하여 이렇게 많은 사람들 앞에서 공모지기 제도라는 아주 중요한 제도를 발표하게 돼서 영광입니다. 마지막 발표라서 많이 지치시겠지만 끝까지 경청해 주시기 부탁드리겠습니다.
On behalf of the Ministry of Personnel Management, it is my great honor and pleasure to present this very important system of the publicly recruited positions in front of you. So even though this is it is the last session of today's meeting, I would like to ask for your undivided attention.
먼저 대한민국 공무원 제도의 개요에 대해서 간략히 소개해드리고 이어서 대표적인 공무원 경력관리 제도인 공모지기 제도와 최근 개선 내용에 대해서도 추가로 말씀드리겠습니다.
So first of all, I will briefly introduce civil servant system in Korea, and then I would like to talk about the open competition of publicly recruited system and the recent improvement of the system.
그럼 첫 번째로 대한민국 공무원 제도의 개요에 대해서 말씀드리겠습니다.
First of all, let me just summarize the civil servant system in Korea.
대한민국 공무원 제도는 민주적 공무원제, 그리고 직업 공무원제, 마지막으로 실적주의 제도를 근간으로 하고 있습니다.
Korea's civil servant system is based on general principles of fair and transparent process, public officials in career service, and performance management.
먼저 민주적 공무원제란 공무원은 국민 전체에 대한 봉사자이며 공무원에 관한 기본적인 사항은 법률로 규정하고 있음을 의미합니다.
So fair and transparent process means that public officials in Korea are providing the services to the national public, and the basic principles on public officials are stipulated under the law. So we are applying the rule of legislation to public officials.
두 번째, 직업 공무원 제도란 공직에 대한 높은 사회적 평가를 바탕으로 업적에 따라 승진할 수 있는 기회를 부여하며 공직에 평생 근무하는 것을 보람 있는 일로 생각할 수 있도록 하는 것입니다. 이를 위해서 교육훈련, 전보 등을 통한 능력의 발전, 그리고 적정 수준의 처우를 보장하고 있습니다.
And public officials in career service means that based on social appreciation of public service, we are providing fair opportunities of promotion depending on their performance and years of services and experience. And by providing a sense of pride to public officials, we let them work with great pride and sense of ownership. And also, we are providing steady opportunity of training, proper training and transference, and also providing the proper level of remuneration and pension scheme.
마지막으로 실적주의 제도란 강파성이나 정실 관계를 고려하지 않고 개인의 자격과 능력에 따른 임용을 의미합니다. 이를 위해 모든 국민에게 균등한 공무 단위권을 부여하고 시험 성적 등 능력에 따라 임용하며 법에서 정하는 사유를 제외하고는 의사에 반하여 직을 그만둘 순 없습니다.
And performance management means that regardless of their political partiality and favoritism or nepotism, only personal credentials, performance, and capacity and capability are the main essential elements for appointment. And to that end, all the public, all the Koreans are eligible to become public officials, and their appointment and selection are based on their test scores and performance. So excluding for any reasons that are stipulated under the law, no public officials can be discarded against their will.
이러한 제도적 기반을 바탕으로 우리는 국가 경쟁력을 강화하고 국민의 행복을 증진하는 것을 주요 정책 목표로 하고 있습니다.
So based on such a systematic framework, we are aiming to reinforce national competitiveness and also promote and enhance public happiness.
공무원 제도는 기본적으로 9개의 계급으로 구성되어 있습니다. 이 중 정부의 주요 정책 관리에 있어 핵심 역할을 담당하는 1상급 공무원을 고위 공무원단으로 관리하여 범정부 차원에서 적재적소에 활용하고 있습니다.
So civil servant system can be categorized into general service and special service. So in case of general service, public officials under general service, they are consist of 9 different grades. And high-ranking public officials under grade 1 to 3 are classified into senior executives who are making very critical policy decisions and management. And also they are appointed and leveraged on proper positions across the government.
이와는 별개로 경찰, 소방 등은 별도의 계급 체계를 보유하고 있습니다.
And for special service, public officials under special service, such as firefighters or policemen, their grade classification is different from general service.
두 번째로 공모지기 제도에 대해서 소개해드리도록 하겠습니다.
And now let me introduce the open competition for publicly recruited positions.
공모지기 제도란 효율적인 정책 수립, 관리를 위해서 공직 내 경쟁을 통해 최저격차를 선발 그리고 임용하는 제도입니다.
Publicly recruited position means that for efficient policy making and management, the most appropriate person is selected and appointed for that positions.
규정상 고위공무원단 30% 이내, 과장급 20% 범위 내에서 운영이 가능하고 소속 장관이 그 공모지기를 지정, 변경하고 있습니다.
And under the regulation, within the 30% of senior executive service and 20% of director level, publicly recruited position can be managed. And the minister concerned can appoint and change the positions.
유사한 제도로 공직 내외부의 경쟁을 통해 최저격자를 선발하고 임명하는 개방형 직위 제도가 있습니다.
And for the similar system, we have the open position system, which aims to select and appoint the most appropriate person through internal and external open competition by appointing the position that requires a certain expertise.
공모지기 제도는 공직 내 공무원의 경쟁을 하는 반면 개방형 직위는 공무원과 민간인의 경쟁을 통해 최저격자를 선발한다는 차이가 있습니다.
However, there's a difference between the publicly recruited position and open position. Publicly recruited position means to appoint the most appropriate person through open competition among officials, public officials within the government, while open competition aims to appoint the most appropriate person through competition between public officials and non-public servants.
참고로 공직 외부의 경험과 전문성을 적극 활용할 필요가 있고 민간 인재풀이 풍부한 직위를 중심으로 공직 외부, 즉 민간인만 지원 가능한 경력 개방형 직위도 운영하고 있습니다.
And for the positions that need to leverage external experience and expertise with abundant private talent pool, application opportunity is only given to non-public servants.
공모지기는 다음과 같은 절차를 거쳐 선발하고 있습니다.
So publicly recruited positions are following after this process.
우선 각 부처에서 7일 이상 선발 공고를 하면 지원자가 원서 접수를 하게 됩니다.
So first of all, the recruitment schedule is posted on the notice board in each ministry for more than 7 days. Then applicants can apply for the position with the documents.
이후 각 부처의 선발심사위원회에서 서류 전형 및 면접 시험을 진행하여 2명에서 3명을 추천하게 됩니다. 이때 필기 시험을 실시할 수도 있습니다.
And after that, the screening committee of publicly recruited positions are carrying out the document review and interview, and finally recommending 2 to 3 candidates. And if necessary, written examination can be taken.
선발된 임용 후보자는 직급별 역량 평가를 거치며 고위 공무원단의 경우에는 인사 심사도 진행하게 됩니다.
And the selected candidates would go through the competency evaluation for each grade concerned. And in case of senior executive service, they also go through some in-depth candidate evaluation and deliberation process.
그 후에 임용자가 적격자를 임용하게 됩니다.
And after that, finally, the appointing authority can appoint the most appropriate person.
영양평가에 대해서 간략히 추가 설명드리겠습니다.
So let me briefly add more further explanation about competency evaluation.
정부 경쟁력 향상을 위해 역량 있는 공무원이 관리자가 될 수 있도록 역량평가를 실시하고 있습니다.
So in order to improve competitiveness and productivity, competency evaluation is made for public officials to become more competent and capable manager.
역할 수행, 그리고 집단 토론 등 복수의 기법을 활용하여 실제 업무와 유사한 모의 상황에서 나타나는 피평가자의 행동 특성을 다수의 평가자가 평가하게 됩니다.
So with multiple evaluation methods, certain features of practice and behaviors of an appraisee under the mock conditions similar to the actual working environment are assessed by a number of evaluators.
현재 고위공무원단 그리고 과장급에서 필수적인 절차로 각 직급별로 필요로 하는 역량 모델을 설정하여 평가하고 있습니다.
So in order to be appointed as at the senior executive service level or the director level, the competency model, the most required competency model per each grade is selected and evaluated.
마지막으로 최근 공모직이 개선 사항에 대해서 말씀드리겠습니다.
Last, let me tell you about the recent improvement on publicly recruited positions.
인사혁신처는 최근 규정 개정을 통해 다음과 같은 내용을 개선하였습니다.
So through recent regulatory amendment, the Ministry of Personnel Management has improved this publicly recruited positions as follows.
우선 공모직의 대상을 확대하였습니다.
So first of all, we expanded the target positions for open competitions of publicly recruited positions.
종전에는 고위공무원단 그리고 과장급을 대상으로 운영하였으며 이로 인해서 조직 전반의 능력과 성과 중심의 문화가 확산되는 것이 곤란하다는 어려움이 있었습니다.
So up until now, the target positions were only for the senior executive service and the director level. So this also limits the spread of performance-oriented culture, which is based on their own competency and talent in the organization.
이를 개선하기 위해 중간 관리자인 5급까지 확대하여 공직 내 실력 경쟁에 따른 보직 관리의 기회를 보다 확대하였습니다.
So in order to overcome this challenge, we expanded the target position to the mid-level manager, the deputy director level of grade 5, so that we could expand more opportunities for promotion and for management based on their own competence and performance.
다음으로 공모직이 지원 자격을 완화하였습니다.
Second, we eased the application qualification for the positions.
종전에는 승진 요건을 갖춘 공무원이 상위 직급에 지원 가능하였으며 엄격한 자격 요건으로 인해 역량 있는 인재를 발탁 활용하는 데 한계가 있었습니다.
So until recently, public officials who meet the conditions for promotion can apply for their senior level. And due to such strict qualification conditions, there were some limits in selecting and leveraging the capable talents within the government.
이를 개선하여 승진 요건을 충족하지 못한 공무원도 바로 상위 직급의 공모직에 지원할 수 있고 능력 있는 공무원이 역량을 발휘할 수 있는 기회를 펼칠 수 있도록 개선하였습니다.
And by easing these conditions, public officials who do not meet the conditions for promotion can also apply for the senior positions just above their own level, so that capable public officials can have an opportunity to exercise their full potential.
예를 들어 5급 공무원이 4급으로 승진하기 위해서는 최소 4년 동안 근무가 필요했으나 제도 개선을 통해 4년을 근무하지 않아도 특별한 성과를 창출한 역량 있는 공무원은 4급 공모직에 지원하고 선발 시 승진이 가능합니다.
So, for example, for public officials under grade 5 to be promoted to grade 4, they have to work at least 4 years. However, by improving the condition, by easing the conditions, even if they do not work for 4 years, if that public officials generate some special performance, they can apply for the publicly recruited positions under grade 4. And if they are selected, that person can be promoted.
물론 원활한 제도 운영을 위해서는 선발의 공정성 확보가 매우 중요하며 이를 위한 다양한 추가 조치도 마련하였습니다.
So for efficiently managing the system, ensuring the fairness in selection is very critical. So to that end, we prepare some additional measures.
공모직위 개선을 통해 연공 서열에 관계없이 능력과 성과 중심의 정부 인사 시스템을 구현하고 역량 있는 공무원 누구나 역량을 펼칠 기회를 부여하여 일 잘하는 정부를 구현할 것을 기대하고 있으며 이를 반영하여 정부 국정 과제의 세부 내용으로도 포함되어 있습니다.
So by improving this system on publicly recruited positions, regardless of seniority or years of service, the performance-oriented government resource management system can be established. So any competent public officials can have an opportunity to exercise their full potential, and this will definitely help to make our government with greater performance and higher achievement. And by considering these factors, this aspect is also included in the national agenda of the new government.
공모직위 제도 개선은 신문, 방송 등 언론도 높은 관심을 보였습니다. 높은 기대만큼 성공적인 제도가 운영될 수 있도록 지속적으로 보완할 예정입니다.
An improvement of this publicly recruited system has attracted a lot of media attention. So for successful management of the system, we will continue to make further improvement.
지금까지 경청해 주셔서 감사합니다.
Well, thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ko Jung-ki for the presentation, and thank you, if I know the name of the interpreter, for your excellent interpretation of Mr. Ko Jung-ki's presentation. That's an excellent one, and I hope you can bear with us for the Q&A session. We have a lot of time because actually you are scheduled to give the presentation until 11:43 and now 11:30. So we have a lot of time for discussion. So I open the Q&A session by taking questions from the participants. While they're setting up the system, okay. Oh, there's a lot of hand being raised. Okay, from wow. Okay, I'll read the. Oh, okay. I see my colleague from Manado, Fanda Yurike, would like to ask a question. Fanda.
Thank you, Mr. Satya. I want to ask about is Korea use blind interview in recruitment process? Thank you.
Can you repeat the question again? Would you please repeat the question again? I can't hear you because there's some noise.
Does Korea use a blind interview for the recruitment process?
Blank interview?
Blind interview.
Blind interview. 네, 혹시 이 채용 과정에서 한국 공무원 이제 채용 과정에서 블라인드 인터뷰도 혹시 사용을 하시는지 그게 질문이었던 것 같습니다.
Okay, that's the first question. Second question is from Mr. Dodi.
Okay, thank you. Hello, Mr. Ko Jung Kyu. Okay, I have two questions. First, how do you implement merit system in career development plans framework in Korea? And the second one, how does this influence to an official's career in Korea? Can you hear?
Actually, there's also some noise from other other participants. Can you please repeat that again? How do you
Okay.
implement what? Yeah.
Okay. The first one, how do you implement merit system in career development plans framework in Korea?
Okay.
And
And the
one,
second question.
politics influence? Okay. How does politics influence to an official's career in Korea?
오케이. 지금 이분께서 하신 첫
오케이.
번째 질문 같은 경우는 그 한국 공무원들의 그 메리트 시스템, 그 시스템은 어떤 식으로 운영이 되고 있는지 그게 첫 번째 질문이었고요. 두 번째 질문은 그 정치적인 성향이랄까 일단 정부 이제 받을 때마다 이제 정책이나 뭐 그 정치적인 영향이 그 공무원들을 선발하는 데 있어서 어느 정도 영향을 주는지 그게 두 번째 질문이었습니다.
Next question is Pak Muhammad. Yes, Pak Muhammad. Mute Pak, masih mute. Silakan Pak. Pak Muhammad, monggo pertanyaannya. Nggak kedengeran Pak. Pak Muhammad nggak kedengeran suaranya Pak. Oke, mungkin bisa ditulis di chat Pak pertanyaannya Pak. Tulis di chat nanti kami baca. Untuk selanjutnya Pak Rojali.
Oke, siap. Thank you Mr. Satya. Suaranya jelas Pak ya?
Jelas.
Oke, thank you.
Pak Muhammad nanti tinggal ditulis Pak ya, tertulis Pak. Nanti kami sambut. Pak Rojali monggo.
To Mr. Jangki, based on the data that I have here, in average, highest position government employee in South Korea Republic get pension fund or pension payment at $4,000 a month. Meanwhile, in other hand, here in Indonesia, we only get $350 per month. The question is, how is Korean Republic can create this decent pension scheme? Could you describe us a bit history about it and how is to prepare the step by step to make it hit the ground and running or implemented? Thank you. 감사합니다.
지금 이분께서 하셨던 질문은 사실 한국의 이제 고위공무원들 같은 경우는 퇴직을 하고 나면 월 한 미화 달러 한 4,000달러 정도 그 정도의 이제 연금을 받는 것으로 알고 있는데 인도네시아 같은 경우는 연금을 받는다 하더라도 월 350달러로 굉장히 그 금액에서 차이가 큽니다. 그런데 한국은 어떻게 했길래 이런 연금 제도를 운영할 수 있게 됐는지 그리고 이 연금 제도를 어떤 식으로 준비를 하는지 그래서 이 공무원 연금 제도의 어떤 역사라던가 그 운영 방식이 궁금합니다.
네, 질문 감사합니다. 우선 제가 이제 저희 인사혁신처 업무는 굉장히 많은 사람들이 담당하고 있고 저는 공모지기 제도 담당자로서 제가 아는 범위 내에서 일단 말씀을 드리고요. 제가 좀 답변이 좀 곤란한 부분이 있을 수 있는데 이거는 추후에 저희 쪽으로 연락을 주시면 별도의 방법으로 답변을 드리도록 하겠습니다.
So actually the Ministry of Personnel Management is covering a huge work related to the personal management of public officials. So I myself is working in the openness and exchange position in this ministry. So I will do my best to give you the answer as far as I know. But if there's any information or any answer that I cannot fully prepare or I cannot fully give you, I will let you know some contact person or some other route so that you can get more satisfactory answer.
일단 첫 번째 질문인 블라인드 인터뷰에 대해서는 기본적으로 블라인드 인터뷰를 시행하고 있습니다. 다만 학력, 출신 등에 대해서 이제 블라인드를 하고 있고요. 저희 공모지기를 선발하는 과정에서는 그 지원자가 어떠한 경력을 그러니까 어떠한 업무를 담당했는지 그리고 어떤 실적을 창출했는지에 대해서는 당연히 평가 대상에 들어가기 때문에 그 부분은 블라인드라 할 수 없습니다.
So regarding the first question, whether we are doing the blind interview, of course, in case of the academic background or some hometown where they were born or something like that, that's based on the blind, that's blinded. However, in case of the publicly recruited positions, their working experience and their actual years of service and their performance that they have made so far are openly evaluated. So those factors cannot be blinded at all.
두 번째 질문인 실적주의에 대해서 실적주의 저희는 기본적으로 연초에 본인이 달성할 성과 목표를 이제 설정을 하고 그거에 대해서 중간 평가 그리고 마지막 연말에 이제 최종 평가를 거치게 됩니다. 이 평가 결과를 가지고 이제 보수 그리고 승진 등으로 활용하고 있습니다.
And regarding the merit system, every year around January, we are setting the performance target of all officials. And then in the midterm, in the mid-year, we are making the evaluation in between. And at the end of the year, the final evaluation is made. And based on this evaluation results, their remuneration, compensation, and promotion are finally decided.
네, 그리고 그 정치적인 이제 성향에 대해서 말씀해 주셨는데요. 아까 제가 발표한 바와 같이 저희 공무원 제도의 근간은 이제 직업 공무원제 그리고 실적주의 등을 기반으로 하고 있습니다. 그렇기 때문에 일반적인 실무 공무원은 정치적 성향을 이제 영향받는다고 할 수 없고요. 다만 장차관들, 정무직에 대해서는 당연히 이제 뭐 정권이 바뀌면 그에 따라서 새로 임명되는 절차를 그런 절차를 진행하고 있습니다.
And about the political influence, as I mentioned early on, our public servant system is based on performance, and also they are serving as the career service. So the public officials are not affected by political influence. However, in case of the ministry, the top level public officials, such as minister or deputy minister, may be newly appointed depending on the government. So they can be said to be influenced by they can be politically affected. However, all the other public officials are politically neutral.
마지막 질문인 연금은 이제 가장 제가 이제 답변하기 어려운 상황인데요. 제가 아는 범위 내에서 말씀을 드리면 저희는 공급 중에서 이제 9%를 납입하고 저희 정부에서 9%를 이제 같이 납입을 합니다. 재직 기간 중에 쭉 납입을 하기 때문에 이게 이제 쌓여 있는 거고요. 근데 현재 우리나라 같은 경우에 대한민국도 저출산 고령화로 인해서 이제 지금 개혁 필요성이 지금 대두했기 때문에 현재 이거에 대해서 논의 중에 있습니다.
And regarding the pension scheme, I may not be an expert to give you the in-depth answer on this field, but just give you some brief answer about this one. 9% of our monthly salary is put, and 9% from the government fund is put is injected to the national pension scheme. So actually, this amount of pension is
is accumulated throughout the years of service during as my years of public officials. However, this has become one of the big issues in the Korean society because Korea is now going through low birth rate and aging society. So there are growing voices that this pension scheme needs to be reformed.
Oh, was that all? Yeah, I think all question has been answered. I see two more hands being raised. So Miss Catherine, after that Pak Gunawan.
Thank you for the opportunity. Can I ask about the career path between the civil servant in Korea who enter on the competitive recruitment exam like grade 5, 7, or 9? Is there any difference with the recruitment process from the professional for specific job positions in Korea?
예, 제가 드리고 싶은 질문은 일단 5급 공무원 시험, 7급 공무원 시험, 9급 공무원 시험 이런 식으로 이제 공무원 시험이 굉장히 다양하게 있는 걸로 알고 있는데요. 이 각각의 그 공무원 시험별로 채용 절차에 있어서의 차이가 있다거나 시험 내용의 차이가 있다거나 어떤 그 공무원 시험별 구체적인 차이점이 있다면 그게 어떤 게 있을까요?
Okay,
지금
Pak
답변
Gunawan.
드려야 되나요?
So, can I give you the answer right now or
No,
after
Pak,
listening to all
one
the
more
questions?
question, Pak Gunawan.
Yes.
Monggo, Pak. Oh, there seems to be like technical difficulties. Oh, Pak Gunawan, suaranya belum kedengaran, Pak. Suaranya, Pak. Mute dulu, unmute.
Yeah, excuse me. How to make government employees successful in their career and able to create job which can generate additional income and also make a breed veteran career and create new innovation which are useful for society and can help the wider community. Thank you.
Excuse me, can you repeat the question again?
Ulangi, Pak.
All right. How to make government employees successful in their careers and able to create jobs which can generate additional income and also make a breed veteran careers and create new innovation which are useful for society and can help the wider community. Thank you.
네, 지금 말씀하셨던 이분께서 하신 질문 같은 경우는 그 정부 공무원이 이제 어떤 실적을 성공적으로 거두었을 때 여기에 대해서 어떤 추가적인 인컴이나 추가적인 보상이나 이런 게 어떤 식으로 제공이 되고 있는지, 그리고 만약에 이제 공무원들이 어떤 혁신적인 제도나 정책을 수행하고 수립을 하였을 때 이것이 사회와 그 전반적인 그 정부 범정부 차원에서 어떤 식으로 공유되고 이것이 어떤 식으로 이제 널리 알려지는지 그것이 궁금합니다.
네, 첫 번째 질문인 이제 직급별 채용 단계 관련해서 먼저 설명을 드리겠습니다.
So let me give you the answer to the first question about the differences in the public officials examinations depending on the grade.
먼저 5급 공무원 같은 경우에는 3차에 걸쳐서 시험이 진행되는데 1차는 공직 적성 능력 평가 시험, PSAT라고 부르는데 이게 이제 NCS 같은 겁니다. 그리고 2차는 논술형 시험이고요. 3차는 면접을 거치게 됩니다.
In case of grade 5 public officials examination, the examination, there are 3 steps of examination. The first one is PSAT, which is similar to NCS, that aims to identify whether this person has an aptitude and properness as public officials. And the second exam is the written exam to write down the answer to the certain questions. And the third examination is interview.
그리고 7급 같은 경우에는 1차에서 PSAT, 그리고 2차에서는 이제 백관식 시험을 진행하고 3차에서 면접을 진행합니다.
And in case of grade 7 examination, the first step, PSAT, which is same as the grade 5 exam. And for the second test, it is just based on the objective test, to select between 5 different answers. And the third stage is interview.
그리고 9급 시험 같은 경우에는 1차에서 선택지 필기 시험, 그리고 2차에서 면접을 진행하게 됩니다.
And for grade 9 examination, there are only 2 steps of tests. The first one is to take the written examination for a certain subject that applicants can choose, and the second stage is the interview.
아무래도 상위 직급으로 갈수록 이제 선발 절차도 복잡해지고 기간도 길게 소요됩니다.
So the higher the grade, the examination can become more complicated and much more difficult.
네, 그리고 이제 두 번째 분하원께서 질문하신 이제 질문 같은 경우에는 이제 실적이 높은 공무원에 대해서는 그 실적을 평가하여 말씀드린 대로 보수 그리고 상위 직급으로 승진하는데 승진할 수 있고 그리고 교육 훈련의 기회도 제공하고 있습니다.
And for the question from Mr. Gunawan, the public officials with great performance can be highly appreciated, and by evaluating their performance, their promotion and remuneration can be adjusted, and that person can also have more opportunities for training and education as well.
그리고 성과가 높은 공무원에 대해서는 저희 적극적으로 홍보를 하고 있습니다. 네, 그 적극 행정을 시행한 공무원이나 이제 여러 가지 시상을 통해 이제 격려하고 이제 그러고 있는데요. 이제 그러니까 홍보를 하고 이런 부분이 이제 공공기관에도 확산돼서 이제 민간에도 확산할 수 있도록 그렇게 추진하고 있습니다.
And for high-performing officials, they are actively promoted by providing some kind of awards and some additional motivation. So, for example, public officials who have successfully done the proactive administration, some rewards can be given, and also the motivation and encouragement are given under government-wide. So that person can be widely known within the government.
Okay, is that answer your question, Pak Gunawan? Okay, thank you. Wow, that's. I'll be looking for another question. Is there an? Oh yeah. This one is from. Oh yeah. Oh, it's from Pak Anjar Isa. Monggo Pak.
Baik, thank you, Mr. Satya. One question for Mr. Ko. Because it's not stated in presentation, how much technology is used, especially in your recruitment? That's it. Thank you.
네, 지금 그 프레젠테이션에 나와 있지 않았던 것 같은데요. 채용 시에 그 기술 테크놀로지가 어느 정도 관여가 되는지, 그 채용 과정이 이제 테크니컬한 측면은 어떤 식으로 이루어지는지, 그러니까 기술을 얼마만큼 사용해서 IT를 활용한 그런 채용 방식, 그게 어느 정도 이제 궁금합니다.
Okay, another question is from Miss Siska Widuri.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moderator. I hope you don't mind that I ask another question, but if I'm not mistaken from Mr. Ku's presentation, that the open position is right now is currently for like director level or executive level. I would like to know what kind of process implemented for like middle level management. Do you have like internal promotion process in place, and what kind of consideration is used for that kind of internal promotion? And then the second one, I think Korea, in your presentation, you have like this functional role, like professional, or in Indonesia we call it functional role. For example, right now I'm in HR. What is there any career movement within the public service in which where if I don't like being an HR and I like being a programmer, what kind of entry barrier that I have to deal with if I want to choose or if I want to change my career to like a different functional role? Thank you.
네, 제가 드리고 싶은 질문은 이제 두 가지가 있는데요. 일단 첫 번째 같은 경우는 공모직 같은 경우, 공모직위제 같은 경우는 과장급이나 고공단 쪽에서 이제 주로 많이 이루어지는 것 같은데, 이 디렉터 레벨, 그러니까 데퓨티 디렉터 레벨에서 그 미들 레벨 매니저에서는 그 최종적으로 어떤 식으로 그 파이널 프로세스가 이루어져서 공모직위가 이루어지는지가 궁금합니다. 뭐 예를 들어서 내부 승진을 통해서 이루어지는 건지 아니면 이것도 공모직위를 통해서 이제 최종적으로 이루어지는지 그리고 실제로 그런 케이스가 있으면 어떻게 이루어졌는지 그게 궁금하고요. 두 번째 질문 같은 경우는 이제 만약에 제가 이제 계속해서 HR 업무를 하다가 이 업무가 이제 나랑 너무 오래 했으니까 다른 걸 좀 해보고 싶다라던가 이 업무가 나랑 맞지 않는다라는 판단이 들어서 내가 만약에 프로그래머로 아예 직군 전환을 하고 싶을 경우에 이렇게 직군 전환을 하는 데 있어서 어떤 엔트리 배리어가 있는지 그리고 이런 식으로 뭔가 커리어 전환을 하는 데 있어서 특히 이제 공무원 내에서 정부 내에서 이런 커리어 전환을 하는 데 있어서 어떤 장애나 어려움은 없는지 그리고 만약에 하고 싶을 경우 직군 전환을 하고 싶을 경우 그는 어떤 식으로 할 수 있는지 궁금합니다.
Okay, a question from me to you, Mr. Ko. So you mentioned a lot in your presentation that the open position, right? Is there such thing as a closed position in the Korean government? What I mean is there like a position that only selected few or directly appointed person can go to? So it's not open because of the sensitivity or other related factors?
그리고 사무관님께서는 일단 그 공모직위제에 대해서 말씀을 해주셨는데요. 이게 공모직위제라 하더라도 혹시 이게 오픈 포지션이 아닌 어떤 클로즈드 포지션에 대해서도 공모직위가 이루어질 수 있는지 예를 들어서 이 업무 자체가 굉장히 민감한 사안을 다루고 있어서 극히 일부에게만 공개된 그런 포지션에 대해서도 혹시 공모직위제도라는 이 제도를 통해서 채용이 가능한지 그런 게 있다면 어떤 디그가 있는지 그게 궁금합니다.
네, 우선 첫 번째 질문 관련해서 이제 5급으로 확대했을 때 채용 절차에 대해서 이제 물어보셨는데요. 이거는 기존의 고공단, 고위공무원단 그리고 과장급에서 진행되던 절차를 동일하게 진행할 예정입니다. 따라서 5급 사무관직이라 하더라도 이제 공개 모집을 하고 원서 접수 그리고 서류, 면접 등의 절차를 거쳐서 진행할 예정입니다.
So about the first question, the final process for the deputy director level, the middle manager level, the final process and the recruiting process will be the same for the one that we apply to the senior executive service and the director level. So we are going to post the schedule and also accept the application document and then go through the screening process and the final, and after the in-depth evaluation and deliberation, the final selection will be made.
그리고 두 번째 질문하신 부분에 대해서는 이것도 제가 아는 범위 내에서 말씀드려야 될 것 같은데요. 일단은 말씀하신 대로 행정직으로 일을 하다 이제 기술직 프로그래머로 이렇게 전직을 하기 위해서는 저희는 기본적으로 전직 시험을 거치고 있습니다. 네, 요건이 있는데요. 그 요건에 충족을 하고 전직 시험을 거쳐서 그렇게 그 기술직으로 전환할 수가 있습니다.
So, about the second question, actually, I may not be the right person to give you the exact answer, but as far as I understand, for the career transition, let's say if I want to become a programmer from HR manager, then a certain types of conditions should be met beforehand. And after I meet the conditions, then I have to take some kind of examination to change my career to the programmer.
그리고 미안합니다. 첫 번째 질문이 있었는데 그거에 대해서 답변을 지금 드리겠습니다. 이제 기술 채용하는 과정에서 기술이 어떻게 적용되는지를 물어보셨는데요. 저희는 기본적으로 시험 공고부터 합격자 발표까지 인터넷 홈페이지를 통해서 하고 있고 원서 접수도 일단 기본적으로 이제 컴퓨터를 통해서 접수를 하고 있습니다. 그리고 일부 시험의 경우에는 평가도 역시 컴퓨터 프로그램, 그리고 최근 코로나 시대에서는 영상으로 면접 보는 그런 절차도 진행한 바 있습니다.
And about the first question asked by the gentleman, the technical application and the recruitment process, from the schedule notice to the final presentation, final announcement of the person who are going to be selected will be all done online on the internet. So, so the document application can be done online, and also you can see the schedule notice online as well. And also you will know whether you passed the exam or not by online. So all this process is made online. And for a certain examination, its evaluation is also made by computer program. And during COVID-19 era, the interview was also done online.
마지막으로 공모지기 제도는 기본적으로 공직 내에 이제 경쟁을 전제로 하고 있습니다. 그렇기 때문에 민감한 사항이 포함되어 있다면 그거에 대해서 이제 그거를 고려해서 각 소속 장관이 그 공모지기를 지정할지 말지를 결정을 할 것 같습니다. 원칙적으로 저희가 그거를 제한하고 있거나 그러진 않습니다.
And about the publicly related position, it aims to be selected and recruited based on competition within the government. And however, if that position is very critical or have some sensitive issues, then the minister concerned will make a decision whether that position should be open to publicly recruited positions or not. But actually, there is no special restriction about any certain position that is targeted for publicly recruited positions.
Okay, thank you. Follow-up question from me. So you have a general service and special service, right? In a Korean civil service system. So if someone, for example, someone from Korean Coast Guard would like to transfer to MPM, can he do that, or he or she should go through some kind of a test to be in a general service? And also vice versa, if someone from the general service would like to have a career in a special service, can he do that? Can he or she do that?
Yeah,
Can he or she does that?
예, 한국 공무원 같은 경우는 그 일반직과 특별직으로 이렇게 나뉜다라고 말씀을 하셨는데요. 그래야 만약에 이제 경찰 근무를 하시던 분이 뭐 인사처에서 근무를 하시고 싶다. 그러면 그런 식으로 이렇게 전환도 가능한지, 아니면 이제 그 스페셜 서비스에서 일을 하시던 분이 제너럴 서비스로 이제 넘어갈 경우 뭐 따로 별도의 시험을 봐야 되는지, 그리고 그 역으로 뭐 인사처에서 근무하시는 분이 뭐 소방서에서 근무를 하고 싶다면 거기에 대한 뭐 어떤 시험이나 그런 게 따로 있는지 그게 궁금합니다.
경찰 특정직 분이 일반직으로 오기 위해서는 두 가지 방법 정도를 생각해 볼 수 있을 것 같습니다. 첫 번째는 파견 제도라는 게 있습니다. 원래 소속을 그대로 두면서 이쪽으로 잠깐 일정 기간을 정해서 이쪽 기관에서 근무하는 제도이고요. 그게 아니고 이제 경력 채용이라고 해서 요건을 그러니까 근무 경력을 충족할 경우 그런 경우에 이제 아예 일반직으로 신규 채용되는 방법도 있을 그 두 가지를 제시할 수 있을 것 같습니다.
Yeah, I think there are two different methods to change from special service to general service. For example, if I worked as a policeman and if I want to work in the Ministry of Personnel Management, then I can be dispatched to a certain ministry for a certain period of time, even though my organization is still left as a special service, and I'm just dispatched in the ministry for just a short period of time. And the second way to change from special service to general service is that some recruitment is made for the experienced workers. So experienced recruitment can be made and they can take that kind of examination process. And if they are recruited and they are finally selected, then they can change from special service to general service.
실제로 지금 인사혁신처에도 경찰이 지금 파견 나와 있습니다.
And also in the Ministry of Personnel Management, the policeman is also dispatched to our ministry for a certain period of time.
How about vice versa, from general service to special service?
네,
Is it
그럼 그
possible?
반대의 경우는 어떻게 되나요? 만약에 인사처에서 만약에 경찰이 되고 싶다 이럴 경우, 제너럴 서비스에서 스페셜 서비스로 가고 싶을 경우.
반대의 경우도 동일하게 생각하시면 됩니다.
It's also the same. The process is the same.
Wow, so very flexible. Thank you. Is there another question? If not, then Pak, bisa nggak nih? Boleh ini nggak? Apa namanya? Masih ada pertanyaan ya? Oh, okay. There's another question for you. From Nani, I would like to ask about certificates for civil servants. Is it being part of the career development plan within the organization or individually obtained?
그러니까 공무원 자격증에 대한 그런 질문이 있는데요. 이것은 어떻게 보면 일단 경력 개발 계획의 하나의 그 일환으로 이루어지는 건지, 그리고 조직 내에서 이제 얻는 건지, 아니면 개별적으로 따로 이런 자격증을 따야 되는 건지, 이런 그 공무원 자격증에 대해서 질문이 있습니다.
이 부분은 두 가지로 나눠서 접근하면 좋을 것 같습니다. 우선 자격증이 있으면 공무원으로 채용하는 과정에서 가산점이 있는 경우가 있습니다. 이런 경우에는 굉장히 유리할 수 있겠죠.
I think this can be explained in two different approaches. First of all, if you have a certificate, some kind of other certificate, then that will give you some additional points when you are selected and you are recruited as public officials.
네, 그리고 이제 근무하고 있는 그러니까 일반 공무원에게는 이제 이 자격증 자체가 필수적인 요건은 아니지만 보직 관리 그리고 교육 훈련 또는 이제 일부 보수적인 측면에서도 인센티브가 있습니다.
And actually for public officials under general service, this certificate is not mandatory. However, if public officials have a certain certificate, then they can have some kind of incentives in their compensation or training and educational opportunities.
Okay, so well, it is possible. The answer is possible, right?
일단 답변은 그 certificate 그 자격증이 있으면 아무래도 좀 더 유리하다라는 게 맞다는 거죠.
I mean,
Yes, that's
possible.
right.
Yeah.
Thank you. So another question is there? From from our friend in Myanmar. Do you have rules for promotion by ruling with specific years?
일단 그 승진을 하는 데 있어서 승진을 위한 어떤 연수 제한, 뭐 어느 정도 몇 년을 일을 해야 된다라는 그런 규정 같은 게 있는 건가요?
제가 아까 이제 저희 발표하면서 간단히 말씀을 드렸는데요. 이제 5급으로 승진하기 위해서는 6급에서 3.5년, 그리고 4급으로 승진하기 위해서는 5급에서 4년 등 각각 계급별로 최저 승진 소요 연수라는 반드시 근무해야 되는 그 근무 기간은 있습니다.
As I just mentioned and they briefly mentioned in the presentation, there's a minimum years to meet the conditions for promotion. For example, from grade 6 to grade 5, you have to work at least 3.5 years. And from grade 5 to grade 4, you have to work at least 4 years.
하지만 공모지기 제도 개선을 통해서 그 요건을 채우지 않아도 역량 있는 공무원이 상위 직급에 지원해서 승진할 수 있는 그런 파격적인 제도 개혁을 지금 마련해 놓은 상황입니다.
However, with the recent improvement of the publicly recruited system, even though that person didn't meet the conditions for the minimum years required, if that person is capable enough to be promoted with great performance, then they will have an opportunity to get promoted.
Interesting. So, if someone is so talented and so he or she, his and or her performance is exemplary, then he or she can be promoted faster.
예, 그러면 일단 그 특정 공무원의 능력이나 성과가 너무도 탁월하다면 이 사람은 다른 사람보다 좀 더 훨씬 빨리 승진이 가능하다 이 말씀이신 거죠?
네, 맞습니다. 네,
Yes,
영국의 패스트
that's
트레인 같은
right.
경우에
Wow. So another question. Oh, from Santi. In evaluating competency, you use multiple tools for assessing competencies in Korea. Do you use the same tools for all grades? Question mark. Or do you differentiate based on grade? Question mark. For example, the simple tool for lower grade position and the complex tool, multiple tools for higher grade. Question mark. In promotion system, do the prospect candidates apply based on open selection or the executive promotes them based on their performance? Question mark.
네, 일단 그 첫 번째 질문 같은 경우 그 역량평가를 할 때 한국에서 이제 그 역량평가에 여러 다양한 도구를 사용한다라고 말씀을 하셨는데 모든 직급별로 동일한 평가 툴을 사용을 하는 건지, 그러니까 직급이 낮은 그 하위 공무원이나 고위 공무원이나 똑같은 툴을 적용해서 역량 평가를 하는지, 그게 첫 번째 질문이고요. 두 번째 질문은 아니면 직급별로 그 평가 툴이 다른지, 예를 들어서 직급이 낮을 경우에는 평가 툴이 좀 더 단순하고 직급이 높을 경우에는 평가 툴이 좀 더 복잡한 건지, 그게 두 번째 질문입니다. 세 번째 질문은 일단 승진 시스템에 있어서 일단 예상 후보군이 공개적으로 채용이 되는 건지, 공개 채용을 바탕으로 지원을 하는 건지, 그리고 그 높은 그 고위 공무원 같은 경우는 이들의 그 성과를 바탕으로 승진을 하는 건지, 그런 식으로 문장이 쓰여져 있습니다. 세 번째 질문 같은 경우.
네, 첫 번째와 두 번째 질문 답변을 같이 드리면 될 것 같은데요. 역량평가는 직급별로 다르게 지금 그 평가 모델이 구성되어 있고, 또한 이제 수평적으로 각 기관별로도 이렇게 지금 요구하는 그 역량이 다르기 때문에 기관별로도 조금 차이가 있게 그렇게 지금 운영되고 있습니다.
And regarding the competency evaluation, the question number 1 and number 2 can be answered together. The competency evaluation is done differently depending on the grade and also depending on the organization.
네, 그리고 이제 공모지기 같은 경우에 기본적으로 공개 모집을 하기 때문에 이제 공고 자체는 공개되어 있지만 실제로 그 어떤 사람이 지원한지에 대해서는, 그리고 누가 지원해서 불합격했는지 등에 대해서는 현재 비공개를 하고 있고요. 저희는 기본적으로 공무원의 일반 원칙인 실적주의 시스템을 이제 기반으로 하고 있기 때문에 네, 당연히 고위 공무원단뿐만 아니고 전 직급에서도 능력과 실적에 따라서 승진 제도가 운영되고 있습니다.
And the publicly recruited positions is the position that is posted publicly. So, however, so that position itself is publicly open to all the public officials. However, nobody knows who passed the exam. Nobody knows who applied for that exams and whether they're passed or failure. Actually, that is not opened. And the performance, the public organization, the public officials are based on the performance system and the merit system. So whether they are getting promoted to the senior executive level or for the higher grades, they are all evaluated based on their competency and performance.
Thank you. Oh, another question from Malaysia, Mrs. Nur Hafiza. Do the Korean government practice headhunting exercise to fill up any strategic post?
네, 어떤 그 특정 전략적인 포지션에 그 사람을 구하려고 할 때 혹시 한국 정부는 이제 헤드헌팅을 따로 그 의뢰해서 그 사람을 구하기도 하나요?
네, 현재 인사혁신처에서도 정부 헤드헌팅이라고 해서 제도를 운영하고 있습니다. 네, 적격자를, 그러니까 이제 어떤 특정 직위에 대해서 이제 복수의 후보자를 발굴하여 시험에 응시할 수 있도록 각 부처에 이렇게 추천도 하고 지원하도록 그렇게 네, 지원하고 있습니다.
The Ministry of Personnel Management is currently managing the government headhunting practice. So for a certain position, we are getting the application for a number of candidacy and get some recommendation. And then we make the final selection for a certain position.
It's national headhunting by
그러면
NPM.
이제 예, NPM에서 진행하는 국가 차원의 헤드헌팅이라고 할 수 있겠네요.
예, 뭐 저희 뭐 필요하면 네, 외국인을 대상으로도 이렇게 헤드헌팅을 네, 할 수 있을 것 같습니다. 네.
Yeah, if necessary, this headhunting, government headhunting can be done on the global level as well.
Wow, globally. But we have to learn Korean then if we want to be headhunted.
네, 그러니 이제 저희가 헤드헌팅 당하려면 먼저 한국어부터 익혀야겠습니다.
Okay, another question? From Ibu Prahasti Pandanwangi. Mr. Ko, how you categorize judicial institution into special civil servant, and what is the difference in terms of salary? Perhaps I will explain some context into this question. In Indonesia, for law enforcement organization are paid differently from other civil servant. Is that the case also in Korea?
네, 일단 이 질문 같은 경우 한국의 이제 사법기관 아니면 법집행기관의 그 공무원은 어떤 식으로 분류가 되어 있는지, 그리고 이들의 임금 체계는 어떻게 타이점이 있는지. 왜냐하면 인도네시아 같은 경우는 이제 법집행기관, 뭐 사법기관 같은 경우는 그 공무원의 그 분류가 조금 다르고 임금 제도도 조금 일반 공무원과 다르게 책정이 되어 있어서 이런 질문을 하신 것 같습니다.
네, 이것도 제가 아는 범위 내에서 말씀을 드려야 될 것 같은데요. 기본적으로 이제 사법부 공무원은 저희 행정부 공무원처럼 국가직 공무원에 소속되어 있는데 아마 이제 그 직급 체계나 이제 이런 봉급 체계에서는 네, 어느 정도 차이가 있는 걸로 알고 있습니다. 네, 그 부분에 대해서는 제가 이 정도밖에는 답변 못 드리는 점을 좀 양해해 주시기 바랍니다.
So actually, I cannot give you the detailed answer since I'm not an expert in this field, but as far as I understand, public officials, civil servants under the judicial institutions, and also civil servants under the administration, public administration, are all categorized into the national government employees. However, the grades categorization of their grade system and their salary system are different from public officials working for the public administration.
네, 다음에 기회가 생기면 제가 사법부 공무원 공부해서 다시 발표할 수 있도록 그렇게 하겠습니다.
So if there's another opportunity and if you want me to give you more further explanation, I will make some research and studies on this field and give you more detailed answers and presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ko. Because in our system, for example, the police has a different salary system, and some of the others are categorized into like civil servant, just like the rest of us. But yeah, well, if you can, then we would be very grateful. Thank you.
예, 그래서 만약에 그게 가능하다면 제가 굉장히 도움이 많이 될 것 같습니다. 인도네시아 같은 경우는 일단 사법부에 속한 공무원과 다른 일반 행정직 공무원은 이제 직급 체계도 다르고 월급 체계도 다르기 때문에 이런 그 차이점이 있다는 점에 대해서 그러니까 다른 한국은 어떤 식으로 운영하고 있는지 저희가 궁금해서 이런 질문을 드렸던 것 같습니다.
Okay, another question. Oh, there's a question on the screen. How is talent monitoring and evaluation? How is talent monitored and evaluated? I think the second one. How about reward and punishment system in Korea?
일단 그 인재들 탤런트에 대해서 어떤 식으로 모니터링이 이루어지고 평가가 되는지, 그리고 그 인재 평가와 관련해서는 어떤 식으로 그 보상이 이루어지고 만약에 이제 뭐 잘못했을 경우에는 처벌이 어떻게 이루어지고 있을까요?
네, 우선 이제 아까 말씀드린 성과 평가를 말씀드릴 수 있을 것 같습니다. 이제 우선 그 연초에 본인이 이제 달성하고자 하는 성과 목표를 설정하고 그거에 대해서 중간에 중간 평가 그리고 마지막에 최종 평가를 이제 거치게 되는데요. 그 평가 결과에 따라서 보수 그리고 상위 직급으로 승진 쪽에 이런 다양한 이제 인센티브가 부여되고 있습니다.
And about the performance evaluation, as I mentioned in the presentation, in the early year, we are setting the target of the year, performance target. And then that evaluation is made during the mid-year. And at the end of the year, the final evaluation is made. So depending on the result of their evaluation, remuneration, compensation, and promotion are finally decided. So a certain level of incentives can be given to the one who generated great performance.
그리고 기본적으로 성과평가는 상급자가 하고 있는데요. 저희는 이제 단원평가라고 해서 360도 디그리 평가를 동시에 같이 참고 자료로 지금 평가를 진행하고 있습니다.
And the performance evaluation is made by the senior level, the direct boss or direct report level, and also the 360-degree, the multi-level evaluation is done for evaluating the performance of officials.
Okay, thank you very much. I think, is there another question? If not, then round of applause for Mr. Ko Jung-ki. Also, round of applause for the interpreter for the excellent interpretation.
Thank you.
So, because we are finishing a bit early, and before I wrap up the discussion, the session, I would, because Pak David and Director Maida is still with us, Mr. David Hall and Mrs. Maida Satoko also with us. perhaps they can. Do you have any question to each other? Oh, sorry. Certificate for you. Sorry, I apologize. Certificate for Mr. Ko Jung Ki. Okay, round of applause. And before we close this session, is there a question from Mr. David Hall and Mrs. Maeda Satoko to each other? Because we have such an excellent distinguished speakers, perhaps something that you can pick each other brains out in this in the next 5 minutes or so.
아니야.
No, thank you, Mr. Satya. I was very happy to ask my questions in the chat as a regular participant. So thank you to Ms. Maida in particular for answering my question earlier.
Mrs. Maida, perhaps a question for Pak David and Mr. Ko Jung Ki?
Yeah, I have no questions. Yeah, but I enjoyed hearing presentation from Korea and Australia, and yeah, I've learned a lot from them. So yeah, it's a very good opportunity for me to participate this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Oh, to Pak Ko Jung Ki, perhaps a question for Mr. David Hall and Mrs. Maida, Maida Satoko. Any
혹시 두
question from
분께
you?
하실 질문 있으세요? 예.
저도 특별히 질문 없고 이제 정말 오늘 호주랑 일본에 대해서 일본 인사제도에 대해서 알게 돼서 정말 개인적으로 굉장히 좋은 기회였다고 생각하고요. 아까 제가 답변 못한 부분에 대해서는 이제 추가로 궁금하신 부분이나 이런 거에 대해서는 꼭 저희 쪽에 연락을 주시면 충실하게 답변 드릴 수 있도록 그렇게 하겠습니다.
Actually, I don't have any special question, but I myself is also very glad to have some knowledge and information about the personal management system in Australia and Japan. And about the question that I couldn't give you some satisfiable answer, you can give me an email, then I will do my best to give you more detailed answer.
Oh, thank you very much. Actually, that also goes to there is a request from one of my colleagues, if it's possible for her, and for him to ask you directly, Pak David Hall, Mrs. Maida Satoko, and Pak Ko Jung Ki. Is it possible for he or her to ask you directly for your contact point, perhaps email, so that he and she can email you for specific questions?
Please sorry.
네, 예, 이메일 주소 알려주시면 바로 이메일을 보내는 방향으로 진행을 하도록 할 수 있을 것 같은데 그래도 괜찮겠냐라는 게 이제 그 모데레이터의 말씀이셨습니다.
네, sure. 네.
Mrs. Maida, is it okay?
Please contact Japanese contact point.
Oh, thank you very much. Pak David?
Very, very happy for people to contact me directly, and I'll pass my address through to the Secretariat to facilitate that. I should say there were a lot of great questions in the Slido that we didn't get to, so if I can be sent all of those, then very happy to send a reply to those questions.
Okay, thank you very much. There you go. Ladies and gentlemen participants, if there's any, perhaps the committee will share the contact points, or you can contact the committee to get their personal or the contacts, so that you can ask your question if there's any. I'm sure that there's many, but you can contact them directly. Thank you very much. So before we wrap up, I would like to share some of my observation during the discussion. There's obviously a lot of difference in talent management from Australia, Japan, and Korea, but there are also some very noticeable similarities, as all system has to be based on a very objective and professional, and or in this case supportive assessment system to ascertain the right candidates can be put into the pool of talents. And in the case of Australia, they're trying to broaden the pool of options so that in any talent management, you have a lot of talents possible. In the case of Japan and Korea, they encourage the middle level officer to compete. And in the case of Korea, they even ease the application qualification in order to like a middle level officer, so that with excellent performance and excellence can be promoted quickly. And the use of technology has been noticeable. In the case of Japan, the use of AI in METI it's something that we would like to know further. Because clearly information technology is the way ahead, and I think talent management can be benefited from the use of information technology. Also, other systematic qualification in Japanese system, it was implemented as early as possible, even from the very beginning. In the Korean system, there are general and specialized what do you call it? Sorry, specialized position. Something that can be well, but it's possible for the general qualification to specialist qualification to transfer using a test in the middle. So with that final comment, is there any more question or any more final statement perhaps? If not, then thank you very much for the speakers and the participation, for the excellent discussion. Round of applause for all of us. And I would like to apologize for any mistake or any inconvenience that I caused for the speakers and participants. If there's anything, I can also reachable for discussion. I will return the session to the Master of Ceremony, the lovely Miss Eva Situmorang. Eka Situmorang, Eka, I'm sorry.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Satya. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big applause for our speaker, our moderator, and for all of you. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it is a very rich discussion and there are massive things we can learn from the session. And for all of the participants, I have one important announcement that we invite you to fulfill the survey as a requirement to get certificate. The link will be provided in the chat box for the survey. Don't worry, be happy, you will receive the certificate as well, just like our speakers. Further, you may also download the material of the seminar through the link on the chat box as well. We come to the closing session right now. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have concluded the sharing session and discussion. I hope each of us can take the best benefit from this event. Moving on to closing remarks, I now have the honor to kindly invite Mrs. Sri Gantini, the Director on Civil Service Career of NCSA, to deliver the closing remarks. Mrs. Sri Gantini, the screen is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. Distinguished Prime Secretary of the National Civil Service Agency, Deputy Chairman of Civil Service Management Development, National Civil Service Agency, officials of National Civil Service Agency, Mr. David Hall from Australia, Public Service Commission, Ms. Maida Satoko from National Personnel Authority, Japan, Mr. Ko Jong-ki from the Ministry of Personnel Management, Republic of Korea, ACCSM delegates, ASEAN Secretariat delegates, participants from National Civil Service Agency, ministries, agencies, and government institutions in Indonesia. Alhamdulillah, we come to the very end session of the seminar on the Civil Servant Career Development Plan. I feel very grateful to Allah, the Almighty God, who always protects and gives His blessings, so that we can go to the true program we plan very smoothly. Today's discussion panels have deliberated much of the work of career development plans for civil servants. We hope this seminar could enrich our insight from the three resource persons and increase our understanding of career development management, especially in civil servant career development plans. I believe there were many invaluable insights on the importance of collaboration and strategic partnership that can further benefit our people. Ladies and gentlemen, we expect that all participants will be able to follow up on what they have obtained in this seminar to positively contribute to their agencies and build a civil servant career management plan. One is through a government agency civil servant career development plan and creating a national level career development plan system. Please allow me to thank you for your active participation, enthusiastic discussion, and excellent feedback. On behalf of NCSA organizing committee of the seminar, I apologize should there be any inconvenience occur. In closing again, I would like to remind you all to keep ACCSM commitment and spirit in our heart. Remember that our people's well-being depends on how we collectively manage our civil service. We are expected to take a more active role in realizing the goal of ACCSM through exchanging ideas, innovation, and best practices of personnel management in ASEAN. Together, we can contribute more to ensure a more prosperous and sustainable future for our human resources. May Allah Ta'ala, the Almighty God, always bless our works, family lives, and people of ASEAN. I declare that the seminar on civil service development plan activity is officially adjourned. Thank you very much, ASEAN Matter, epicentrum of growth. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you, beautiful madam. Before ending our seminar, I would like to invite all of you to watch a wrap-up of today's activity through video. Enjoy! Okay. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the sharing and discussion session of seminar on Civil Servant Career Development Plan is now concluded. Allow me to extend our most sincere gratitude toward distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, for attending this seminar. I wish you good health, happiness, and success. With a humble heart, I'm Eka Situmorang, your host for today's seminar, signing off. Thank you, and see you when I see you again.
Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. The land where we were born. The nation where we grew up. So many colors that live together in peace. With a million timeless treasures. With an abundance of natural wealth. Indonesia is not just wonderful. Indonesia is a wonderland.
Bapak Ibu seluruh panitia tes, mohon bisa dibantu untuk video, bisa dikecilkan. Baik, Bapak Ibu, kami mengundang Bapak Ibu semua untuk berada di panggung untuk kita melakukan dokumentasi. Terima kasih Bapak Ibu, kegiatan kita lancar semuanya dari pagi sampai siang hari ini. Mari kita abadikan momen ini dengan kita berfoto bersama. Kami persilahkan.
Woi, gua marah-marah aja lu lihat gua balesin apa ini lu bantuin balesin. Apa sih? Lu marah-marah aja. Lu bisa konsultasi. Lu bantuin balesin deh. Marah-marah aja.